Honk.
That is what I'm talking about. What's going on, everybody? Welcome, everyone. Welcome, Arvanauts, to a Saturday night stream, the pre-Henri edition. I don't know. If I see any more reports about, like, power could be lost for weeks, like, God. I hope that's not true. Everywhere around has had a state of emergency declared and all that stuff, but it's time to, we batten down the hatches and ride things out the best we can. We have not been told to evacuate or anything, and that's good. But, man, it's crazy talk here in Southern Connecticut. Anyway, it's good to see everybody, and I hope everyone's doing well and is looking forward to what we got going on today. Hello, Golden Drake. And what we have going on today, of course, is, wait for it. We got some Legacy of Dragonholt that we are going to play together, which is very exciting, and all that kind of good stuff. I have my table set up and ready to go. And just before we get started, just a couple of reminders about ways to support us here on the channel. If you haven't done so already, please follow us here on the channel. Please check out our YouTube with !ArvTube. Our Discord is !ArvCord. Twitter is !ArvTweets. Website is arvineleron.com. On the financial side, we have got !ArvShop, which is the merchandise area. !ArvTreon is the Patreon. And of course, the subsystem, which allows you to sub to the channel and get all those awesome custom sub badges and emotes and all that kind of good stuff. And if you haven't done so already, please consider checking out the publishing stuff that we've got as well. Icarus for my Icarus graphic novel from Athos Arts. Library, which is my Tales and Tomes, the Forbidden Library 5e Adventure and Sourcebook. They're going to be starting to pack and ship that early next week. Now that it's all in the distributor, the distributor has it. It's in the warehouse. That literally the person that is, we have it. So it's finally freaking going out. No more delays one place to the other. What a nightmare it's been, but it's finally coming to a blessed end, and people are going to get the books they've been so patient for, so I'm excited for that. And then, of course, our Greyshade Kickstarter, which I will talk more about down the line, Greyshade KS is going to be happening as well. And that, more details about the Greyshade Kickstarter, which is going to be coming soon when we go through here. So, quick note on schedule. We've got Legacy of Dragonholt tonight. Tomorrow, we have got a very special event here on the channel, and that is a poetry reading, which is being done by Brandon O'Brien and friends. Brandon is going to be reading, of course, from his new book, Can You Sign My Tentacle? We've got Holly Lynn Walrath, who is his editor at Interstellar Press, is going to be reading. Fran Wild is going to be reading from her work, as is Valerie Valdez from, of course, from Blades of the Dark, Haste the Cindered Seal fame. So we got a lot of stuff going on tomorrow. That's going to be 6 p.m. tomorrow Eastern. And I have to say, it's a good thing that Brandon is queued up to be able to host this, because there's a very real chance I will not have power at 6 p.m. tomorrow. I'm hoping I do, but, you know, there's a very real chance I won't. So fortunately, we're going to get this out of the way, and then there's that. And then, you know, I hope that everything will be good to go and back in order for Tuesday. I mean, like I say, the power companies have been very, very, like, I don't know, almost paranoid about it. And I'm guessing that part of the reason is because they got such grief after Tropical Storm Isaias, which was last summer. You may remember there was that whole thing where I was down for the count for like a week, and I had to run JulyCon. I actually had to run from my wife's office, which at the time was a separate building and everything, all because of the situation that we had. So I think maybe that's part of it, is that they don't want to get burned again, because they are really selling the idea that there's going to be all this huge power outage stuff, and maybe that's true. But anyway, I'm very glad that Brandon is going to be hosting it, so that I will be able to hopefully watch along with all of you. I am, got my phones, I got everything charged, I got more stuff that I'm ready, it's sort of charged. I took all the loose stuff around the house. Took me about a half hour or so today, but I took all the loose stuff and put it all in our shed, locked up the shed, closed everything down, like I say, batten down the hatches and all that bit. And so, we're as ready as we're going to be. And now it's up to the power of our 200-year-old sea captain's home to bring us the rest of the way. So I'm glad that we're doing this tonight. And then, as I say, tomorrow we've got our poetry reading coming up at 6 p.m. Monday we will be off, and then we'll be back on Tuesday, assuming I have power. We will be back on Tuesday because the storm is supposed to be a pretty fast-moving storm. And again, a lot still relies on the track of this storm. It's going to be starting to hit sometime in the next 6 hours or so is when it's finally going to start showing up here. And they've been doing a lot of sort of back and forth on this. If it heads east, then the farther east it goes, the better it is for me, because what it means is that the wind effect is less. Most of the wind happens on the eastern side of the hurricane, and on the western side it means there's more water. And I'm not as worried about that because of what happened a couple of months ago when my basement flooded. So we got a basement flooding system that is set to go. So like I would rather have water than wind at this point. We're going to have some wind regardless, obviously, but that's better than it going west, in which case we have less water and more wind. So we'll see how that manages. Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, our power company has definitely. I mean, they really like. I got phone calls from my from my city and like all these things. They're just, woo, they're all set. Yes, brand new sump pump. I have not just one. I got two sump pumps, Rude. Now, are you saying you have a sump pump, a brand new one? I've got two. I got two sump pumps. One of them is battery powered, by the way. So even if the power were to go out, the secondary, the fail-safe system kicks in. So it's that. Like, that's all happening. Yeah, I don't actually have Eversource failed reroll. I have United Illuminating, which is not as bad. United Illuminating isn't as bad as Eversource. I've heard a lot of horror stories about Eversource. So anyway, so that's the deal. We will do the best so we can. All right. With all that said, though, let me get rid of this, and let's get rid of this, and let's go here with this. And welcome, everybody. Welcome to my abode. I thought that this shirt was appropriate today. I thought that this shirt seemed to fit the description of being water, my friend. I don't want to be water, but I will be facing and dealing with water. So we're, that's the scenario that we've got. Yeah, well, like I said last night, Rudnell, I hear you, but we don't have a garage, so actually the basement is super useful for like storage. And the other issue is that it comes pre-installed, so I am not filling in my basement. That is not going to happen. I'm gonna see if I can do that because. Here, hold on a second. My new low-profile wave arm has finally shipped. And that's good because it means that I am no longer going to have to worry about dealing with this boom arm. So it'll be easier as well. Oh yeah, you like the spider situation? Yeah, this is my other setup. In case you're curious and you're like, why is our setup like this? It's because, as I am about to show you, we've got the top-down setup for Legacy of Dragonholt. So that's why. And I love being able to do this. Like, I love this setup, and I feel very Masterpiece Theater, like, welcome, everyone. It is currently within the home of the Sea Captain of Windcoast Studios, 8:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Savings Time. And here you see before you the like, I totally need to do something along those lines, but anyway, so yes, it was an attic, although it is finished and it's fully finished, carpeted, the whole bit. And this is my office. So this is where things are. And I guess this is going to be the first time this hurricane that comes here is going to be the first time that a hurricane has made landfall in New England in over 30 years. The last time a hurricane hit New England was Hurricane Bob, which was back in 1992 when I was also in Connecticut. That was when I was still in college at the University of Connecticut. So this is the first time that Connecticut has had one in 30 plus years. So it's the previous owners lived here for over 30 years. So they bought the house just a couple of years before Hurricane Bob hit. And now, we're going to do it again. And that's the other thing about a generator, too, is that, obviously this stuff is going to become more frequent, I understand, because of climate change, but not that much more frequent. And quite honestly, getting a generator is expensive. Like, a generator that runs the house, like, in any kind of environmentally responsible way is thousands of dollars. And I'm like, for a hurricane that hits every 30 years, 15 years, Sandy was bad, but, well, two things. First of all, I went through Hurricane Sandy just like you did, Mrs. Dunsel, but New York, that's a different matter. Hurricanes have hit New York before. But New England, it's unusual because generally the stuff goes off to the west and goes into in New York, and then it starts weakening. So it never actually gets to Connecticut. This is like going to slam right over Long Island and then straight into Connecticut. So that's the deal. But also, Sandy was the superstorm, right? So Sandy was this enormous freaking, I don't know, 1,100 mile, some crazy number storm. Whereas this is much more tightly focused. Yeah, and they are worried about erosion, failed reroll. They're worried about erosion a lot, actually. Because the thing about it is that this thing is going to make landfall. The hurricane's literally going to come into the ocean, come and hit the southern Connecticut water and the beach, literally at the same time as we have high tide. High tide right after a full moon, too. So basically, like, high tide, full moon, same time. So that's a big storm surge, and that's why... It's funny, if I had the house that we were looking at when we moved to this neighborhood initially, which was literally across the water and was in the flood zone, I probably would not be pleased right now. This is not in the flood zone, and yet we did a couple of months ago have that water issue that I mentioned, and that's why I got this sort of basement system. Thank God. Now I feel really glad that I got that basement system a couple of months ago because it is going to get some work out here as well. No, Sandy did not hit New England. By the time Sandy got to New England Hillness, it had basically fallen apart. It still was like there was still rain and all that stuff, but it wasn't like it hit it still as the actual storm. And there have been many nor'easters, of course, that have hit New England. Quite a number of those. We have quite a few blizzards and storms, and Arudinel can tell you all about that. Mainers are used to this, obviously, but not the first time that we get actual hurricane hitting. That's a whole different matter. So yeah, that's right. Yeah. Also, the water is colder too. Usually by the time it gets up here, the water is colder, and that actually is going to happen a little bit to Henri as well. Although obviously climate change, the water's warmer everywhere, but still water in New England is still colder than it is down in North Carolina or wherever it is. So we will, it's not going to be hitting here. I'm not going to start seeing it until like 3 a.m. So we will have stopped this session by the time we do it. But so anyway, I am hoping that this is not the last time I talk to you for a week or two. I'm hoping that that's not the case. What would happen is, in that scenario, if something like that happened and we lost power everywhere, I would basically it's time for, I'd pull out ARVBox 2.0 and it's time for On the Road. I have, besides, we have a bunch of flashlights downstairs. In addition, I have, dramatically impressive looking battery lantern number 1. Dramatically impressive battery lantern number 2. Not as impressive lantern, but look at this. It dims and then will increase as you wish. But wait, there's more. It dims and then will come back alive again. So we've got that. We've got multiple batteries. We've filled up every water jug that we own. We've also got this bad boy. So, and this is just up in the office, right? This is just up in the office. So I've got, Oh, yeah. I will definitely do that, Arudinel. I will definitely do that. I will say that we have not had a single power outage knock on wood, in this house since we moved here 5 months ago. Not one. Not even a brownout. Nothing. So far, we've been good on that score. And we have had quite a bit of high wind. And especially a couple months ago, we had a series of pretty strong storms. But, of course, we haven't been through a hurricane. So, here. So that's the deal. You're just a hop, skip, and a jump down the Merritt and up 7 if you need anything. Oh, all right, I appreciate that, failed reroll. I appreciate that. Where are you in CT? Where are you in Connecticut? Reroll then. Jump down the Merritt and up 7. I have a guess, but roughly. You don't have to tell me exactly, but roughly. Oh no, Milford. Yeah. Okay. Yes. So. That's true. Yeah, that's true. And I also have, of course, my UPC, which I just replaced the battery on about 6 months ago. It was before, it was the end of last year. It was like November of last year. So it was like, what is that? No, I guess it's about 10 months ago I replaced the battery on this UPC. So anyway, but yeah, I know. We've definitely got some stuff. And I'm if it becomes something where this is an issue that pops up multiple times, then yes, I'm going to have to obviously pull the trigger on that. But I'm hoping that that's not, I don't want to jump the gun too early on that, because quite frankly, we had to spend a decent amount of money to do the things that we wanted to, like the fact that the room is cool right now because of the multi-split air conditioning that I had put in. But that stuff ain't cheap. It's going to save us money in the long run because it's more energy efficient, but it's not cheap. So anyway, so folks, I think we're ready to go. Now, question: how am I sounding in terms of volume? Am I too loud? Am I not loud enough? Where is everyone at in terms of my volume? How does this sound to everybody? Good, bad, indifferent? Check one, test one, test two. Okay, cool. Yeah. Anyone else? Arudno says seems it's okay. Volume is good. Everybody. 5x5. Cool. All right. Let's do it. Okay, so in that case, I'm going to drop my camera. I'm going to drop my camera down to the corner and reveal. Whoops. I promise I'll reveal it. And reveal. Oh, what's this? What's this, you say? Why, welcome. Welcome to the Legacy of Dragonholt. The Legacy of Dragonholt. That's right. It's a bit... Oh, well, that's you and your neighbor's problem, Runel. It's tabletop with viewers. Well, Echo. Listen, I suppose. But the thing is, we're not playing a board game, though. Keep that in mind. This is not really a board game. This is a role-playing game. Chat made this character. So, in fairness, and we are using Effect Life's excellent ArvBot Plus to do this. And we're going to drop that down a little bit. There we go. Alrighty. And we are good to go. So, for those of you who have not played, now just as a quick question, I always do this. There are a few of you that have not played this before, right? And who has not played Legacy with me before? Legacy of Dragonholt. Who has not played with me before? Bulgaris has never played. And Failed Reroll has not played. And Golden Oh, you are up for it. I have not, and I stand by my statement. This is new to me. I had my short vacation a while ago. That's right. So this is cool. All right, well, good. We're going to get some new folks in here. All right, cool. All right, let me fire up some music. Let's get some tavern music going. All right, this is probably going to be too loud. I'll deal with that in a second. Okay. Now, how loud is this? Is this too loud? Oh, no. You're going to be a part of it. Everyone plays here. It's too loud? Okay. I got it. Okay, how's that? Check one, check two. That's better? Actually, I'm going to turn that a little bit up because I can't hear myself. Okay, good? Too loud or good? Too loud, good? Too loud, good? Good, 1, 2, 3, 4. Check 2, good. Yes, no, maybe so. Okay, let's turn that down a touch. Okay, that should be good. All right, lovely. All right, let's do it. All right, so here's the scenario, folks. Here is what we've got. So this game, we arrived here in Dragonholt several days ago, and we did so after building us a character. And our character is a very special one, as you will see in just a moment. Roads. All right, let me make sure I have all of my sheets in place. Hang on here. Okay, so here we go. So what we have before us here is the character of Harriet. Now, Harriet is and let me see if I can show this to the screen. There we go. Harriet is a catfolk. She is a wildlander. She is 26 years old. And as it says there, in personality types, she is reckless, almost manic at times, rapidly talkative, mostly to herself. Self-reliance is critical. She loves a challenge as long as it's fair. Merry chase is stimulating and fun. She wants to even the odds. And her background is that Harriet was the undisputed master of the hunt in her village until she went too far and stood up to the village headmaster's son who was demanding the right of the kill from a poor Hearing's outcast. Since her exile, her passion to even the odds and succeed at the hunt has only increased. She is young-looking, tall, short-haired, black and red, mackerel tortoiseshell, copper eyes. And the items that we have right now, we don't have a ton of items. We have some. We have healing potions. We have 2 of those. We have a map of Dragonholt. We have War Rune, Spirit's Blessing, Iron Keys, and a Spirit Mask. Now, the thing that's important about this game to keep in mind, the way to keep this sort of in focus is that we have, very, very critical here, we have these skills, right? And these are the skills that are what allow us to do various things within the game. There are no dice in this game at all. It's entirely driven by skills. And you can upgrade and add skills as time goes on. Now, we are currently sitting at 14 stamina, which is our maximum. That's the good news. The bad news is that we ended up getting hurt pretty badly in our last mission, and so we ended up actually having to disable one of these skills. So we're going to need to do something to restore that disabled skill, otherwise we can't use agility as long as this thing is marked off. Otherwise, though, we're doing pretty well in terms of the progress that we've made. We are 4 days in, so we are now moving in here to day 5 of Dragonholt. Now, the other thing you need to keep in mind here is this number right here. You can see, there we go, you can see that there are basically 5 different things. Heroism is basically just sort of how you play with the rest of the village, so forget that. This is the stuff that's important. So, academic study, combat training, physical training, social practice, and spiritual mode meditation. And these things are the things that allow you, once you have them built up, you can then spend experience to get more abilities that come from these areas. So for instance, in combat training, once we have 6 progress marked off, we can then use our experience, and we have 2 experience, to learn archery, which we already have, so never mind, brawling, which we already have, so never mind, dueling or military. Now, we do not have dueling or military, so we could learn either of those if we spend 1 experience, but only after we get 1 more progress marked in combat training. And we can do that based upon narrative stuff that happens in the game, sometimes based upon where we choose to go in the town and things like that. Academic study is what leads you to things like alchemy, arcana, history, reasoning, runes, or survival. The only thing we have right now, this is not our strength right here. Okay, Harriet, not so much on this score. So having some academic study would let us sort of shore up some of our weaknesses. We have survival, and that's it. Nothing else from this group do we have. So, and then physical training, agility, which we have, although we have to get it healed. Awareness, we have that. No, not awareness, sorry. Athletics, which we do have, endurance, which we do not have, but we do have stealth. So we have a lot of the stuff in physical training. Social practice, deception, empathy, performance, persuasion, or streetwise, we have none of the above. We got none of that. So the reason that's important is this is another area where having more social practice, getting just one more box ticked off in social practice, would allow us to earn one of these skills, and we have nothing like that for Harriet. Harriet is all about the athletic, reckless, do what we need to do right off. And then the last part is spiritual meditation. This has awareness, devotion, or willpower. We have awareness, but we don't have devotion or willpower, so be that as it may, that's what we're looking at. So, it is day 5, basically, here in Dragonholt, and we have a day, which is 6452. Now, should be written in pencil and not ink. Hey, what's up, Wenchkin? Good to see you, man. Now, one other thing that's super important about this, folks, that we need to remember, okay? And that is that right now, it's day 5, 6452. However, very important, there is a wedding that is happening. There's a wedding happening day 5 in Willow Grove and a reception at the Swan Inn. So, if we just need to be aware of the fact that 2 of our friends, Braxton, who is an orcish warrior, she and, what's her name? And Miriam, who is a gnome, basically like a gnome alchemist, they have fallen in love with each other, and so they're getting married, and they're getting married today. So we need to remember that if we want to be in the if we want to go to the wedding, we need to make sure that we go to that spot. So we got to make sure that we're aware of going to the wedding if we have interest in doing that. Now, the last thing to note here, other than taking my cards out, let me just make sure. So I got, what did I say I have? I have 2 healing potions. Let's see, I got iron keys. Okay. We got a spirit mask. We got a spirit's blessing. We've got a war rune. And we have a lodestone. Oh yeah, that's what. That's right. This lodestone is what disabled our skill. We picked this up. This was weird. This thing we were drawn to pick up, but it says that as long as we carry this, agility is disabled. So we got to get rid of this thing somehow. That's why I forgot about that. It wasn't because we got hurt. It was because we picked up this lodestone. So we got a lodestone, and then we have let's see, anything else? Those healing potions. These, and we have 2 of the healing potions. All right, we have a letter, which we've already dealt with, from our friend Celise, because there's a conspiracy to try to take out the Dragonholt ruler and her family. This was her daughter Sonia, who was killed, and we found out, again, that was part of this conspiracy because basically one of the brothers wants the kingdom for himself. And this right here is the map of Dragonholt. So we have a lot of different places that we can go when we are actually given the opportunity. We have got down here, this is the Swan, which is the inn that we're staying in. That's owned by Miriam's aunt. We got the Countess Inn. Fairfax Manor, Lady Fairfax is the ruler of Dragonholt. We have the Northern Road. The Drunken Hog is an inn. We have the Chatty Archer, that's an inn. This and this are usually not open until nighttime, so just be aware. We have an apothecary shop that's owned by Miriam, who's getting married today, but she also sells potions and stuff like that. We have a bakery where you can get baked goods. What a shock. There's a village green where stuff sometimes is happening. There's a market street, but we've already done market day, so there's really nothing going on in Market Street right now. There's a smithy. Now, a smithy is where you can get weapons and stuff like that. Right now, we've got 215 gold, so we got a lot of gold. We could go to the smithy if we wanted to improve one of our other skills, but remember, combat training, we are only 1 away from being able to spend experience on that. Social practice and academic study, we're only 2 away. So, Willow Grove, that's supposedly, according to the notes, that's where the reception I guess that's where the wedding is going to be in Willow Grove. I think it's going to be here, I believe. So we got that to think about. We got the guard station. That's where, you know, the guards are. You can do some training there for physical stuff. Village Hall is like the town hall. Dragon statues, we already went there. I mean, there's not much going on unless there's a reason to go there, but the shrine, that should be self-explanatory. You can do spiritual stuff there. And the library is also a place where you can do intellectual academic study. Orchard is up here. Nothing specific going on with that. So, that's what we've got. And the last thing to keep in mind is that when we put in a poll, I'm going to put up the poll. I'm going to put up the poll over here, and I'm going to be able to enter various options. And thanks to Effect Life, I have many, many different possibilities that I can add to this. So there's many different choices that we can use for this, which is pretty cool. So, all right, with all that said, we got everything down. We know what we're doing, I think, I hope. We'll put that away. We don't need those right now. And it says day 5, 6452. All right, chat, are you ready to go? Are you prepared to bring Harriet to glory? Or something? Are you ready? All right. Let's make it happen. Okay. The rising sun brings with it a rising sound of chatter and commotion. It seems somehow that the village is even noisier this morning than it had been on the market day yesterday. You rise and look through the window to find the streets already bustling, crammed full of gnomes. Gnomes run shouting toward one another, coming together like old friends long apart. Gnomes cluster in groups, laughing and talking. Gnomes rush hither and yon, carrying goods and supplies every which way. The few humans on the streets at this hour alternate between lending a hand and staring in mute amazement. You dress yourself and open the door, intending to go down to the common room for breakfast. Standing in the hall just outside your door is a young boy, a gnome toddler sucking his thumb. He stares up at you silently with large blue-green eyes. Malachite! Oh, there you are! A gnome man climbs the stairs into the hall. He's young for a father, no more than his early 20s, with bronze skin and a tangle of messy dark brown hair. The child toddles over to the man and is scooped up to sit held on the man's hip. Sorry if he was bothering you, says the gnome before he hoists the boy over his shoulder and turns to descend the stairs. Let's go back downstairs, buddy. The toddler flexes his fingers in your direction as a sort of unpracticed wave. Downstairs you find the common room buzzing with activity. Dozens of gnomes sit or stand everywhere. As you watch, the door opens and a group of 3 gnomes comes inside, kicking dust from their boots and doffing traveling capes. Sapphire greets them warmly as she hurries by, carrying a platter piled high with golden eggs and steaming ham. As she returns to the kitchen, she meets a gnome woman with her frizzy hair bundled behind a green kerchief. They exchange words, and the frizzy-haired woman rushes to the newcomers and escorts them to a table near the back wall, encouraging the gnomes already sitting there to shift on their benches and make room. A young gnome man with a silver stud flashing in his ear soon delivers a pitcher of cider to the newcomers. Clearly, Sapphire has acquired additional staff to accommodate the rush, although it's not clear from where. The gnome man you met earlier sees you standing at the stairs and beckons you over to his table where he bounces his son on his knee. I'll make room, he says. I guess you weren't expecting the crowd. You sit, and a few moments later Sapphire approaches, clattering a broad plate of eggs and hams to the table in front of you. Oh, good, she says. I see you've met my nephew Jasper and his son Mal. My brother's son, Miriam's cousin, she explains. Pleased to meet you, says Jasper. Aunt Sapphire, this is who you were telling me about? Sapphire blushes slightly. Now, Jasper, don't you go making me out to be some sort of gossip. Oh, no, Auntie, I'd never do that, Jasper says, then winks at you. All right, here we go, chat. First vote of the evening. You have 3 choices. Choice number 1 is, what's going on? There are so many gnomes here. Choice number 2 is, will you be staying in Dragonholt long, Jasper? And choice number 3 is, I must be going, thanks for breakfast. And if we do that last one, that means the encounter's over and we go out into the town. So, what's going on? Second one is, will you be staying in Dragonholt long? And the final one is, thanks for Thanks for breakfast. All right, chat. First vote of the day. So, here we go. What should we do or say? So you can do that by going $vote space and then the number. The number is 1. If you want to say what's going on, you do 1. If you want to say will you be staying in Dragonholt, you do 2. If you want to say thanks for breakfast and leave, that's 3. So $vote. We have right now a close race between are you staying in Dragonholt long or thanks for breakfast. I should say that I'm not surprised that Mrs. Dunsel is suggesting thanks for breakfast, because Mrs. Dunsel's focus here has been quite a bit about food in this adventure. Yeah. No, very consistent. Very consistent. We need to survive. Okay, we got 2 votes each, folks. 2 votes each for Dragonholt, staying in Dragonholt long, and 2 votes thanks for breakfast. 3 votes. All right, I'm going to last call this. So now is the time to get your vote in. It's tied up again. We got will you be staying in Dragonholt long or thanks for breakfast. All right. So we need someone to break this tie. What's it going to be? What is it going to be? We need someone to break this tie. We need someone to do what must be done. Oh, to change your vote, you can just do $change vote, space, and then the number. And that'll change your vote, Bulgars. All right, there we go. 3, 2, and 1. All right, going once. Going twice. And sold. All right. You all are like, listen, we're out, okay? Thanks for breakfast. This encounter is complete. Okay. Well, here we go, chat. So now comes the mega option. So now we have a lot of choices. This is where we get lots of choices. All right. So here's how this works. Now we have to look at where should we go. So we got plenty of places to choose. Where should we go? Here are our choices. We can go to, starting at the top, and I'll kind of work my way around. We could go to the orchard. We could go to the shrine. We could go to the library. We could go to the dragon statues. We could go to the village hall. And remember, time does pass in this game, so if you go to a place and you use up time, then you just need to be aware of the time if you want to. So, for example, we talked about the wedding. If we want to make sure that we don't miss the wedding, then you need to make sure that we don't, take too long and miss where it's going to be, which I think is in the Grove, I believe. Okay, so we got the smithy. We got the village green. Got to add some choices. Let's see. Okay. We've got the village green. We've got Market Street. We've got, let's see, I said the smithy, right? We've got Willow Grove. We've got the apothecary shop. We have got the bakery. We've got the chatty archer. We've got the Drunken Hog. Not the Drunken Hig. That's a totally different thing. Hig's Bosun. Drunken Hog. We've got the Northern Road. We've got... Wow, there are a lot more options. We have got... Let's see, the Countess Inn. We've got the Swan. Actually, we're at the Swan right now, so it doesn't make sense to go there because we're literally there right now. We've got the Eastern Road. And we've got Fairfax Manor. Alright, hopefully I only have to do that once. So, let me see. Let's count them out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Yeah, 19. Ugh. 19. Alright, here we go, chat. There we go. Here are the choices, and you got a lot of them. Now remember, supposedly, the wedding is going to be held at Willow Grove. It's not clear when. Right now we haven't had any time pass, so it's right in the morning. So it probably hasn't started yet. But we've got Willow Grove is where that is. Other than that, you can see for yourself what's here. We could go someplace to try to make our academic study better. We could go somewhere to try to make our social practice better. We could do some combat training at the guard station. We could, I don't know, we could go to the orchard and eat apples. I don't know. There are a lot of different choices. And then eventually we could go to the shrine as well and do some spiritual meditation. So it's up to you, chat. You can decide where we want to go. Where are you going to go? What's it going to be? All right, we got one for Shrine. We've got one for Eastern Road. Okay. And what else? Is there... Are you talking about Psychic Toast specifically? Is that what we're talking about? Is that what we're about here? Yes, it's exclamation point unsolvable is that one. All right, I've only got 3 votes, folks. Let's get more in here. All right. With an E, though. Unsolvable. Well, right. So part of this Arudnell is just like, it's kind of like just exploring was what we did early on. And then later on, you know, we started to build up a little bit some stuff within it. Like we've discovered, as I think I mentioned, we've discovered that there are issues that we have in the village where there's a conspiracy basically to take out Lady Fairfax, who is the ruler of Dragonholt. And so we've gathered some information, and then there's a wedding going on. It's an interesting game in that sometimes it's just like slice of life type of stuff, basically. So. What? So it's really, you know, if you feel like doing something where we go somewhere to sort of train up our combat so we can get another skill, that's an option. If you want to go to the social practice, if you want to go along with the shrine and do some spiritual meditation, that's an option. Those are all possibilities. So. All right, I'm going to last call this. I'm going to last call this, as it looks like we are heading into, looks like the shrine is where we're aiming for. Oh yeah, this one's a $ vote. But we're at the Swan right now, just so you know, Rudnell. We're literally at the Swan. I mean, we could go back there, I guess, but that's where we've been staying. Oh, okay. That's funny. So the D20 was like, all right, let's stay in the same place. That's funny. You want to try one more? Let's have another. All right. Well, listen. So that's okay. Just do $ vote 17. Let the D20 call the shot. That's fine. We've had second breakfast. We've had one breakfast. Yes. What about second breakfast? All right. There we go. All right. Going once. Going twice. All right. The winner is the shrine. Okay. So here we go. 2790. We're going to the shrine. Okay. The shrine is a building of white marble with a domed glass ceiling. A garden of flowers, fruits, and vegetables is laid out behind the shrine and surrounded by a low garden wall. In front of the shrine stands a marble column, a beacon fire on at its tip. Okay, if it's day 5, and it is, and 1 or 2 time has passed today, that is not the case. 1 or 2 time has not passed today. So, that means, is it day 7? It's not. Story point C2 is marked. I should also mention, by the way, that as you go through, different things that you do have an effect on the story, and so you mark these story points. And so when it asks you if a certain story point is marked, that's because you triggered something earlier on in the game, which is a neat mechanic. So C2 is, in fact, marked. So that means that we read entry 4740. Okay. The ripple of water and light gives the sanctuary an ever-changing yet always the same feel. The stillness of the space in the face of the movement of the water seems to reach inside you. Okay, so do we spend some time in quiet meditation, or do we leave the shrine? This is just a simple one or two choice. So I'm just going to open this up as a quick poll. So if you want to spend some time in quiet meditation, you vote 1. If you want to leave the shrine, you vote 2. And if you leave the shrine, it just means the encounter is over and nothing happened. So, presumably, you'd want to spend some time in meditation, but that's up to you. Rudenell's like, no, I want to go back to the Swan. I want to go back to the Swan and eat. Again. It's time for third breakfast. So, 1 to meditate, and 2 to leave. Alright, we get 2 votes for meditate, 1 vote for leave. And again, in case anyone is curious, this is ARVBot Plus. This is revision, I think this is revision 8. And there's all kinds of cool stuff that Effect Life added to this. We have now a conversion. We have like questions for interviews. Obviously, we have the polls that we're doing. We have a battle manager. So we can do all kinds of cool stuff here with this. And so good stuff out of Effect Life. When we actually start doing game books with Terry again, that's also, you're going to get a chance to see even more of its customizability. So, no, this is, yeah, sorry, there's no vote 6 on this one, Echo, because we're actually in the shrine. So now there's just an open poll open at the moment. So it's just vote 1 is meditate, basically. Vote 2 is leave the shrine. So I just don't want to clear out all those choices because I don't want to have to write them all down again. So that's why I'm doing it as is. Sure. We could try to suggest... Yeah, I could ask him that. The only thing is, though, Bulgaris, that gets confusing, though, right? Because if you're voting for a certain number, and then on the screen it shows up differently, you know what I mean? Like, I guess we could do a bar graph or something, or like a pie chart or something like that. Effect Life watches these videos, so I'll throw that out there. But we want to make sure it's not confusing for people that are still voting. All right, so if you're going to leave, then just can you, Echo, can you do me a favor and just do $vote space 2? Yeah, we can keep it as it is. We can also do that. This is just a suggestion, it's just a thought. There you go. All right, so we're tied up. 2 votes for meditate, 2 votes for leave. Two votes for meditate, 2 votes for leave. I will need someone to break this tie. Gonna last call this. Why what? All right, going once, going twice, and all right, meditate time. We have chosen to meditate. All right, so read entry 3196. You settle yourself on a rock by the pool's edge and open yourself to the experience. As you meditate, Scala silently places a candle before you, lights it, and shuffles away. Oh yeah, for that one. You watch the candle burn down, listening to the murmuring of the spirits and the water. Okay, mark 1 progress in spiritual meditation. Okay, what that means, chat, spiritual meditation is, we're up to 2 in spiritual meditation. Let me just mark that down. That's good. Progress is always good. Okay, and it says, if story point I7 is marked, let's see, I7 is marked, but F3 is not. F3 is marked, so that does not apply. So time passes, which means one square gets marked off. The encounter is complete. Now, chat, I want to point out one thing that's really important. So the encounter is complete, which means we can go back out again. But I want to say this. Remember that it asked specifically if it was day 5 and if 1 or 2 time had been marked off. Well, now 1 time has been marked off. So we could, go right back to the shrine because that may be where there's wedding preparations going. So if you want to go check out the wedding, the shrine may be the place that you want to go right now on number 2 here, because we've had a time marked off. So I'm going to open this up again because once again we are out in the village. So I'm going to open up the poll about where we should go in the village. But going back to the shrine is a valid option if you want to do that. All right, so it's back open. I don't know, Bulgaris. I can't read my note. The note says, quote, it says, wedding is in Willow Grove, reception is at the Swan, but it also says the wedding is the morning of day 5 in the shrine. So it may be that there's like 2 ceremonies. There's like the wedding in the shrine in the morning and then the wedding in Willow Grove afterwards. I don't know. But no, you're right, Bulgaris. Like, my notes are confusing to me. Like, because it says wedding day 5 in Willow Grove, but it also says wedding morning of day 5 in the shrine. So I don't know. I mean, the thing is, we probably have time to go to Willow Grove even if we go back to the shrine. So, you know, it might be worth... I'm worried that if we go to Willow Grove, we're going to miss out on the wedding because I don't know what's happening at the shrine. But there was something basically where when we went into the shrine, it said if time has passed and there's 1 or 2 marked off, then you go to a different entry, which makes me think that there is something happening at the shrine and we just got there too early. But again, that is up to what you folks want to do. Because K8 is marked. Yeah, my guess is that there is a wedding happening at the shrine in the morning, so... All right, we have 1 vote each for Shrine and Willow Grove. Let's get your votes in, folks. Shrine and Willow Grove. Willow Grove. Whoa, Willow Grove. My temperature is rising now. Rudnell's like, 4th breakfast. Oh, man. Echo, you want to go to the guard station because you want to basically do a little bit of physical training? Is that what I'm seeing? Is that what I'm sensing? Chat is a little bit of all over the place on this one. We got 1 for the shrine. We got 1 for the guard station. We got 1 for the Willow Grove. We got 1 for the Swan. Yeah, we got all these choices. All the choices on the map. You can see them on chat, actually. Unfortunately, no, Echo. There's too many. There are 19 options, so I can't make it big enough to fit all 19. But if you roll up in chat, though, if you scroll up in chat, you can see all the options here. It literally lists all of them. Orchard, Shrine, Library, Dragon Statues, Village Hall, Guard Station, Smithy, Village Green, Market Street, Willow Grove, Apothecary Shop, Bakery, Chatty Archer, Drunken Hog, Northern Road, Countess Inn, the Swan, Eastern Road, or Fairfax Manor. So it shows you all the options there. Yeah, sorry, Echo. I wish I could make it bigger, but 18 or 19 is a lot of options to fit on a screen. Alright, 1 vote for Shrine, 1 vote for Willow Grove, 1 vote for the Swan, and 1 vote for Eastern Road. Alright, we have 4 votes going in 4 different ways. That is terrifying. Alright, chat, I need some other votes. I need some other votes here. Yeah, Hailness, to do the vote, you have to do $ vote, not @ vote. And if you wanted to change it... Oh, no, you actually, yeah, you haven't voted yet, Hailness. Yeah. It's $ vote space, and then what you want, not @ vote. Oh, okay. Yeah, so you can vote. Oh, you did vote for Shrine? I do not have a vote for Shrine. No, not a vote. There isn't one. Now you did. Okay. All right, there we go. Now you did. Now you did. Good stuff. All right, last call. Yeah. That's true. We're going to go back to this town screen, like this main hub, a couple times. Going once. Going twice. Alright, so we head back to the shrine. We're going to see whether there is, in fact, a wedding going on here right now. And we'll see whether I was correct in my assumption. Okay, if it's day 5, it is. 1 or 2 time has passed. I don't know where my note is. Oh, yes. There we go. Yes, it has. And story point K8 is marked. And it is. Then, that means read entry 7484. Okay. The quiet of the shrine is disturbed by coughing, rustling, and shuffling as several people array themselves before the pool. You see Theodore. Oh, okay. I know what happened. Here. There's not just one wedding, chat. There are two weddings. Here's why. One of the things we did earlier in this game is we met this guy called Theodore, who's a wood carver, who is a guy. He's an old guy. He's been around the town forever, and he carves wood. And he's always loved this person who is the owner of the Countess Inn, Ursula, but he could never tell her about it. He just carved this like wooden doll for her, and then he put it by this tree in the forest, which is well known to be like a tree for lovers and that kind of thing. So he did this, but he never had the guts to tell her himself, and finally we ended up brokering the relationship between them. So there is a wedding between Braxton and Miriam, the orc and the gnome, are two friends, but that's later in the Willow Grove. Right now is the wedding with Theodore and Ursula, who are the people that we brokered the wedding for. That's why I have notes. There are two different weddings. So here we go. You see Theodore wearing what you can only assume is his best coat, and Ursula with a wreath of white flowers on her head standing side by side. Ursula's quiet daughter stands behind her, dabbing at her watery eyes with a handkerchief. We're not crashing at Bulgaris. We created these weddings, man. Scala stands between them, his head bowed. You appear to have walked into a wedding ceremony. All right, chat, should we stay for the wedding? This is a really simple one. This is just a quick poll. Stay for the wedding, vote 1. Leave the shrine, vote 2. This is a wedding, and we made it happen. So do we stay for the wedding? That's the question. Stay, I just arrived. What's up, CQ? So $ vote, space, and then 1, if you want to vote. Is there an open bar? There might be. I'll tell you what, if we leave the wedding, we're never going to know if there is one. Jorlana. We're never going to know, right? All right. Yeah, right? I mean, like, you know. I love the fact, by the way, there's a fact that in much of drama, comedy, I would say 80% of the time, ends in marriage. This is literally an old saw from way back in like, and I'm talking about like comic movies or comic stories, right? And in Shakespeare, most comedies end in marriage. Not all of them, but most of them. So the reason I bring that up is that I love the fact that even Wedding Crashers ends in a wedding. So, true, Rudenell, true. Okay, so last call. Last call. Looks like we want to stay for a wedding. All right, here we go. We are staying for a wedding, people. Let's see. 4061. On Theodore's side stands Hunter, the bartender from the Chatty Archer, and Theo's apprentice Reginald, who for a change seems sober, but is blowing noisily into a handkerchief as he weeps. Ursula is flanked by her daughter and Lay, Hunter's wife. Scala takes in the witnesses, nods to you, and raises his hands. I know you've been waiting a long time for this, he says, so I'll keep it short. The audience chuckles and Scala begins his invocation. Spirits, he calls, we invite you to witness the union of these two people. Bless them. May their years together be long and fruitful. He closes his eyes and the crowd falls silent. The murmuring of the pool and the whisper of the chamber grows stronger, as if the spirits were indeed gathering to watch. Scala opens his eyes once more. Normally I do a speech about love, about lifelong commitment. I think you two understand that well enough. Let's have the rings, please. I like this guy, right to the point. Hunter smiles and steps forward, pressing a gold ring into Theodore's palm. Ursula's daughter sobs and hands one to her mother as well. Theodore Carpenter, do you take this woman to be your wife? to have and to hold, to stand by in sickness and in health, until death parts you. I do, says Theodore as he slips a ring onto his wife's finger. And do you, Ursula, take this man to be your husband, to have and to hold, to stand by in sickness and in health, until death parts you. I do, at long last, says Ursula, sliding a ring onto Theodore's hand. Then I pronounce you wed. You may kiss the bride. Finally, growls Theodore, and he gathers her, giggling, into his arms, kissing her to much cheering and merriment from the assembly. You know, he says, this reminds me of a... Not now, dear, says Ursula, putting a finger on his lips. Let's just enjoy the moment. All right, we got Theodore married. First of all, mark one progress in social practice. And look at this, chat. We are full up. We can officially use experience to get a skill in social practice. We'll come back to that in a minute. Time passes, so the morning is now over. We're into the afternoon. So we've got the second wedding to go to. But before we do that, so we just got social practice finished, which means we can spend one of our experience, and right now we have 2. We could technically spend 2 experience to pick up one of these skills. So the skills are deception, empathy, performance, persuasion, or streetwise. And we don't have any of those skills. So what I'm going to ask in chat, because I don't want to redo all the polls, I'm going to ask you just to do in polls, just in chat I mean, I'm going to ask you to say, do you want to spend an experience on deception, empathy, performance, persuasion, or streetwise, or do you not want to use an experience on this? But we have filled out social practice, so we can now get one of these skills if we spend an experience. So just say in chat if you want deception, empathy, performance, persuasion, or streetwise. Just say the word for me, please, if you don't mind, Bulgaris, just so because I don't get confused. Or do you want to leave? So we have deception, streetwise. Okay, 2 for deception, 2 for persuasion, and 1 for streetwise. Okay. 2 for deception, 2 for persuasion, 2 for streetwise. Wow. We have got 2, 2, and 2. We are going to need someone to break this tie. Two for deception, 2 for persuasion. Deception, yeah. All right, deception, persuasion, or streetwise. All right, we're going to need someone to break this tie. I got 2 on deception, 2 on streetwise, and 2 on persuasion. We will need someone to vote and break the tie, or someone to change their vote. What's it going to be, chat? We do not have perception, sadly. I don't believe. We have persuasion or performance. Oh, persuasion, okay. I was going to say, I was like, that would be pretty cool if there was one. Actually, perception is basically awareness in this game. But awareness is not in this area. Okay, so we've got 3 for persuasion. Okay, going once. Going twice. All right, our Harriet has finally learned, chat, to persuade people. Aw, yeah. All right, we've used 1 experience. And we've got persuasion. Now, one more question to chat. We have 1 experience left. Do you want to use it on one of the other social practice skills, or do you want to save it? So all you have to do for that is you can say deception, empathy, performance, streetwise, or save it. Oh no, that's fine. All right, no. So just tell me that in chat again. So deception, empathy, performance, streetwise, or save it. Perception is not a thing, CQ. That is not a skill. Do you mean persuasion? Alright, Rin, I got you on the save. And welcome everybody, by the way. I hope you were enjoying some Legacy of Dragonholt. Alright, so I got 2 for save. I got 3 for save. 3 for save and 1 streetwise. 3 for save, 1 streetwise. I'm going to last call this. 3 for save, 1 streetwise. 3 for save, 2 streetwise. Close. Streetwise has definitely got some fans in the chat. 3 save, 2 streetwise. 3 save, 2 streetwise. Last call here. 3 save, 3 streetwise. Wow. You got some people that are... Alright, 3 save, 3 streetwise, and 1 deception. 3 save, 3 streetwise, and 1 deception. Alright, we still need someone to break this tie. 3 save, 3 streetwise. Oh, I get that. I hope it was enjoyable, Arudinel, despite... I understand being stressed. I hope it was, like, good in its own way, though. What's up, Divinorium Deception? Alright, so we've got 3 save, 3 streetwise, and 2 deception. I'm sorry to hear that, dude. 3 save, 3 streetwise, but you know, if it was okay, then I'm still sorry you're dealing with this now, but 3 save, 3 streetwise, and 2 deception. 3 save, 4 streetwise, and 2 deception, says Keldor. Alright, 3 save, 4 streetwise, 2 deception going once. 3 save, 4 streetwise, 2 deception going twice. And sold. Alright, streetwise. We have used our other experience. We are now streetwise. Alright, we have got those abilities. Good stuff. Alright, we used up our experience. Good stuff, everybody. Okay, so now, just to quickly reset. Morning is over. So now, we went to the one wedding. The other wedding is supposedly at the Willow Grove. So I'm just letting everybody know that, that we are at the Willow Grove. Ew, God. That's scary. Aw, dude, I'm so sorry, man. Hopefully this can be somewhat comforting, at least. Okay. That is good. Alright, we're going to do this. Okay, so let's do it up. Where should we go? Okay, chat. So again, we have 2. It's currently the afternoon. So you can go to any of the places here you see on the map that's listed in chat there. But the Willow Grove is where the wedding is happening in the afternoon. So I'm just letting you know. The second wedding. It's a day of weddings. Day 5 is wedding day, man. Everyone gets married on day 5. Just keep that in mind. If you haven't gotten married yet and you feel like doing so, just make sure that you, you know, just make sure you get married on a day 5. Welcome back, Golden Drake. Also, hi, Triffid. And hello to Keldor, and hello to everyone who showed up. Good to see everybody. Anyone want to marry me on day 5? I don't know. Like, yeah, like, clearly. Now, if your name was day 5... See, this is where day 9 missed the boat. Need to be day 5. How was the podcast, Triffid? Was the podcast, was it fun? I'm going to last call this because it looks like people are excited to go to Willow Grove. Divinorium is a long-time viewer who's been here on and off for a long time. And Keldor has been here before as well, although it's been a little while, Keldor, I think. Oh, you can vote, Orchid. Orchid, you should be able to vote. You can do that. Just do $ vote space and the number, Orchid. You should be able to do that. Just go ahead and get your vote in, though, because it's last call. You just got to put the $ and the vote together, Orchid. Just $ vote, space, and then the number. Yeah, that's all. There you go. All right. And we're going to close that. And Willow Grove wins. All right, people. We're going to another wedding. Second wedding of the day. You've had summers where you had, like, you know, do you ever have those summers where you have people, like a lot of people got married at once? Sometimes you have that situation where friends get married at the same time or whatever. Here we have everybody getting married in the same day. So, okay, the road leading south out of the village splits around a large grove of willow and oak trees. The villagers seem to treat the grove as a sort of park or meeting spot. There are almost always children playing among the trees or families enjoying the sun and the breeze. If it is day 5, and it is, read 5080. The willow grove is busy with gnomes of all descriptions. White ropes have been strung between the trees with festive ribbons dangling from them. If 2 or 3 time has passed today, and in fact, 2 has passed today, so that means we are going to read that entry. Okay, here we go. Oh my god, Runel. That's a lot. It better be a red wedding, Echo. A crowd is arrayed in a rough semicircle around a brightly painted gnome caravan, as if there's any other kind, parked between 2 willow trees. A small platform is suspended from the back of the caravan, and a pair of patchwork blankets hang from either side of the wagon to the nearest willow trees, creating a backdrop. As you approach the crowd, you see a number of people you recognize, both gnomes and others. Deacon and Tweagle, the guards, stand clustered together looking hot and uncomfortable in their black and white livery. Lady Rochelle, the Countess's daughter, stands with them in a ruffled peach riding dress with tall brown boots. Grisbeck the baker laughs as he watches his daughter run in circles with a number of gnome children even smaller than her. Everyone seems to be standing around, waiting for something to happen. Sapphire rushes out of the crowd to grab your hand. "Oh, splendid," she says. "You're here. Come, meet the family." She drags you down toward the caravan stage where 2 gnome men are standing in high-collared coats. "Time to meet the father and brother of the bride," says Sapphire. She turns you to the older man, a slim, straight gentleman with white hair and a sharp mustache. He bows a little stiffly in your direction while he tugs at his collar. "Isaac," he says, "I'm Miriam's father. I've heard so much about you." That's his stock answer when he meets anyone he doesn't recognize, says the younger man with a twinkle in his eye. "I'm Hiram, Miriam's brother." He bows and doffs an imaginary hat. "Good to meet you." Hiram looks to be a few years older than his sister, with laughing blue eyes and his hair just long enough to have a few insolent curls brushing on his shoulders. "Oh, I think I see my cousin Pearl," says Sapphire, and she excuses herself. "I believe the brides are on either side of the caravan back there," says Hiram, gesturing behind him, "if you want to visit before the ceremony starts." "Have you met this Braxton?" asks Isaac. "Is she a good sort?" "Papa," says Hiram, placing a hand on his father's shoulder. "Miriam wouldn't be marrying her if she weren't. Anyway, Aunt Saffy likes her." Says the older gnome, nodding. All right, so now we have some choices to make. Now, what I'm going to do is, so that I don't have to type in all of these things again, I'm going to add a bunch of options, because there are... I'm going to add 6 more options here. And I'm going to have these last ones here, starting with 20. Oh, wait, actually it should be 6, right? 3, 4, 5. Okay, that's right. So, and I'm going to write these down. So we're going to be just voting between 20 and 25, okay? So, you can mingle with Miriam's father and brother. You can approach Grisbeck and Penny. Grisbeck is the owner of the bakery. And Penny is his daughter. We could look for Sapphire and Jasper, and you were just talking to Sapphire and Jasper. To Sapphire. You can seek out the brides-to-be. You can leave. Or you can follow the South Road, which is also like leaving, kind of. All right, so I'm going to open this up. I'm going to open this up, but I want to remind everybody, chat, don't vote for anything before 20, okay? So to make this easier, we're going to go 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. So I'm going to put the vote up. It's going to show you all the options, but only vote on 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, or 25, okay? So that's mingle with Miriam's father is 20, approach Grisbeck is 21, look for Sapphire and Jasper is 22, seek out the brides-to-be is 23, leave is 24, and follow the South Road is 25. And this is so I don't have to write the polls out again. In fact, I think I might... No, it does, but I don't want to do them all again. That's the thing, Dragon. I think I might ask Effect Life to see if he can add something where we can save a poll. Like, basically save the poll and all of the options so that I can, like, load them up later and, like, redo a poll. You know? Boring wedding, no murder. It hasn't even started yet. It might. Who knows, Echo, you know? $17? Oh, man. All right, 22. So the prior options are for the rest of the village, Dragonspear. I'm just not doing... I just added these here so that I wouldn't have to put everything out. Once that's done, I'm going to erase these options, and then we can, you know, so that we can go into the village as normal. So this is just because we got a bunch of extra options for where we are right now at this wedding. That's why. Okay, we got 3 votes for looking for Sapphire and Jasper, 3 votes for seeking out the brides-to-be, and 1 vote for leave. All right. So we need someone to break this tie. I'm going to last call it. That's it. Yeah, thanks, Rudnell. That's a much more concise way of saying what I was trying to get to. Yeah. That's true. Well, they were right, but in the wrong direction, right? Or they were right for the wrong reasons. Okay. All right. Going once. Going twice. Okay. So we are going to look for Sapphire and Jasper. So I'm gonna remove. I'm gonna remove this. There we go. And I'm gonna reduce this back down to 19. Perfect. Okay. So we're gonna look for Sapphire and Jasper. 6854. You find Sapphire in close conversation with her nephew, Jasper. Sapphire is laughing merrily. Jasper rolls his eyes and turns to you for rescue. Hello again, he says. Aunt Sapphire was just going to tell an embarrassing story from Miriam's childhood. Oh, the look on your little face. From Miriam's childhood? Reiterates Jasper. Sapphire chuckles and dabs at her eyes. Oh, there was the time down near Blackwing Marsh. We'd stopped by the river to trade with a riverboat caravan, and I told Miriam that if she was good, we'd have eel pie for dinner. So she ran off to catch some eels. Oh no, murmurs Jasper. Well, the next thing I hear is shrieking, and Jasper comes running down the riverbank, and Miriam's right behind him. Auntie, Auntie, she calls, Jasper's afraid of my eels. Sapphire laughs, a deep belly laugh that rolls right through her. They were not eels, complains Jasper. They weren't. I come out of the wagon to see what's happening, and she's got a snake in each hand. They looked a lot like river otters. Jasper sighs. I was just a kid. How was I supposed to know they were actually harmless watergrass snakes? Sapphire guffaws, snorting and doubles over. They were river otters. I just didn't want to panic either of you, so I made something up and threw the snakes back in the river. What? Jasper wheels on his aunt, eyes wide. Stone in my boot, of course. No wonder no one else has ever heard of a watergrass snake. You lied to me, Auntie. You will pay the ultimate penalty. No, I'm just kidding. I did, Sapphire wheezes, clinging to you for support. And now she's all grown up. Then she starts to cry. Sapphire may be, a little finicky. Getting Joffrey vibe here. It's a great day for a gnome wedding. Okay. All right. At some unspoken signal, gnomes begin sitting down on the grass of the Willow Grove. They form themselves into rough rows in a broad semicircle facing toward the wagon stage. Space is filling up quickly as more and more guests filter in from the outskirts of the grove. Okay, now we have 3 choices. This one you could just tell me in chat because there's only 3 options here. Well, actually, wait, let me see. One of these requires that we have X6 marked, which we do not have. Okay, so even better. The other one is Q5, which we do have marked. Okay, so we have 2 choices here, chat. I'm going to open up a quick poll for this one. Choices are as follows. You can sit next to Grisbeck and Penny, that's the baker and his daughter, or you can sit wherever is nearest. So if you want to sit next to Grisbeck and Penny, that's vote 1. If you want to sit wherever is nearest, that's vote 2. Really? There we go. This is from REI today. For an REI co-op. I don't entirely know what the point of it is, but... Hey, what's up, Prince Justin? Good to see everybody. All right. I'm going to sit next to Grisbeck and Penny. Yeah, I guess so. REI is it's like an outdoor outfitters. It's like it's a little bit like LL Bean Dragon Spear, or like it's like an outdoor place that they sell like camping supplies and stuff. And they happen to sell these lanterns that I got because of trying to prepare for Henri. Yes, I wonder if Prince Justin knows about this podcast you were involved with. Also, I think I missed this, Triffid. Did you say the podcast went well? I'm sorry, I missed your answer to that. We're gonna last call this. Yeah, big time. Ah, got you. Really enormous insects. I was asking Prince Justin about the podcast, which I assumed you were doing that with Triffid just now. But I may be wrong. I was just taking a guess. Ah. No, I'm not. I'm using the I'm actually using the my regular mic, but because it only extends so far, I put it over the monitor and it's out of frame. So that's why I'm kind of speaking a little louder than normal, and I hope people can hear me. I think they said they can, so yeah. Okay, so we're gonna close this down, and the vote is to sit next to Grisbeck and Penny. All right. Let's see what the baker has. You guys just want you all are just hoping that there's going to be a roll. They're going to give you a roll or a scone or something. When I get married, says Penny as you settle down on the grass beside her and Grisbeck, I'll wear a splendid crown of cloth of gold. Me crown will be shining silver, and I'll rubies at me wrists and throat. She glances up at her father, who chuckles. And a braided copper girdle, of course. And who'll you be marrying, me treasure? Asks Grisbeck. Thane Owl, of course, says Penny, leaning against her father and looking at the stage. I know he's only a toy, and I canna marry him. That's why a magical fairy will have to turn him alive for me. She cocks her head and pushes away to look back up at her father. Dad, have you ever thought about getting married again? Grisbeck glances at you, then hugs his daughter close and turns to the wagon at the center of the crowd. It's plenty of time to worry about that later, he says. Now hush, 'tis about to start. Aw, that's cute. Yes, I see what you did there, Trippin. Echo. Alright. A hush settles over the crowd as Scala, the orc shrine attendant, who's been busy today, walks over to the wagon. He climbs up onto the stage and raises his hand. Hello, everyone, he says. I understand that gnomish tradition calls for an elder who knows both of the intended to perform the ceremony. I was very pleased to be invited to do so for these two women. If you'll all bear with me, I'll do my best to keep this short. Brief. Keep this brief. Laughter ripples through the crowd and Scala tugs at his long beard. He gestures and musicians begin to play a stately tune somewhere behind you. One by one, Miriam's father and brother walk through the crowd and stand to one side of the stage. They are followed shortly thereafter by the captain of the guard, Tweagle, in his uniform, and Rochelle, the countess's daughter, who stands opposite. Someone is missing, Scala says, glancing between them, then his eyes rest on you. Aha! Come, they want you to stand witness too. You stand and join the others down below the stage. Oh, we're in the wedding party, people. We are in the wedding party, y'all. The music stops, then starts again in a brighter and more sprightly tune as Braxton and Miriam walk out from behind the hung curtains, each emerging from the opposite side of the wagon. Braxton is wearing her guard uniform and a crown of white flowers, while Miriam wears a flowing blue skirt with white flowers braided into her hair. New white cloaks flutter from their shoulders. They walk, slowly at first, then faster and faster around the outside of the assembly, meeting at the top of the semicircle and joining hands. Even in the bright sun of the summer's day, their smiles make your day warmer. Hands joined and sneaking glances at one another, they walk as solemnly as they can manage through the crowd to the stage, where Miriam climbs up to stand with Scala and Braxton stays standing on the grass. For once, Miriam is the taller of the two. The gnomes say that marriage is walking together, says Scala. The orcs say that marriage is an alliance fighting side by side against the challenges of the world. Trust orcs to turn everything into a battle. Scala grins as the crowd chuckles. You two have come together because you love one another. You wish to walk together, to face whatever may come together. He gestures to the witnesses gathered on either side. Marriage is a lifelong commitment, and beyond as well. The union you'll create here goes beyond you. It unites your families and creates a new family and a new tradition that will carry on after your deaths. He raises his voice, speaking to the assembly. And all of you here today are part of that. You have brought these people together, and they have brought you together as well. Look around you. This community is forged this day, and may it last ever after. Scala reaches out his hands and touches each bride on the shoulder. It is time. Say your vows. Miriam takes a deep breath. Hi, Miriam, she squeaks. I pledge myself to you, Braxton. Her voice grows stronger as she continues. I will walk with you when you travel, and stay beside you when you rest. I will wander with you wherever you go, because my home is with you, now and forever. I, Braxton, pledge myself to you, Miriam, chokes Braxton, her voice flooded with tears. But as she continues, her voice, too, grows stronger. Yep, Braxton. Tony Braxton. No, just kidding. I will be your shield and your comfort. I will hunt for you when you are sick and beside you when you are strong. My home is with you, now and forever. Miriam Emerald Eyelad Everon Brightstone and Dame Braxton of Dragonholt, I pronounce you wed, declares Scala. You may kiss the bride. Yeah, not Braxton Wise's, no. They turn to face each other and Miriam bursts out laughing. I'm finally tall enough to do this, she says, bending over her wife and dipping her backward with a passionate kiss. Cheers erupt all around you as children run every which way, hurling flowers into the air or directly at the faces of onlookers. The musicians strike up a gay melody. Sapphire begins to sob, and the newlyweds walk through the crowd, arm in arm, smiling and waving as they go. When they reach the edge of the semicircle, they turn. Reception at the Swan, shouts Miriam. See you all there. Then she grabs Braxton's hand and they sprint, laughing across the grove. Time passes. This encounter is complete. All right, so there's a reception at the Swan, people. That's what we've been told. So it is the afternoon, and we've got a reception at the Swan. So that is one of the options that's available to us here. Party time. I think so, basically. So there you go, chat. You can get your votes in. You can go to anywhere around here, and the Swan is where the reception is going to take place. Echo's like, I'm getting out. That's what I'm doing. I wonder if this reception is going to be the reception for both weddings. Like, did we miss a wedding? I think we've got all the weddings, right? I think we hit all the weddings today. Haha, I see what you did there, Echo. I see what you did there. Oh, time passes, which I didn't mark. My bad. All right. We got one vote for the bakery. All right. Last call. What's up, Saradak? I don't know. I mean, listen. I have been to a number of weddings, and I'm here to tell you that reception food can be pretty good. It isn't always, but usually wedding reception food is pretty legit. Pretty legit. That's true, Configuration Queen. We lost that guy because we spent too much time at the bakery. Oh, man. I forgot that happened. Oh, my goodness. All right. I'm going to close that down. Hard heart against baked goods in this game. All right, so the Swan it is, everyone. Okay, the Swan is busier and more crammed full of patrons than you've ever seen before. The scattered humans, orcs, and dwarves of Dragonholt cluster in corners, or in one case, sit with their feet drawn up under them by the fire, looking about with wide eyes at the seemingly endless parade of gnomes that fill the rest of the available space. Gnomes chatter at all the tables, gnomes bustle in and out of the kitchen with trays of food and beverages, gnomes slap each other's shoulders and swap stories on every scrap of floor. A gnome woman with a glass eye is clowning about near the stairs, popping her eye in and out of its socket to the cheers and gasps of a gaggle of children. Two gnome men with long black beards perch on high stools and suck on unlit pipes, frowning at everyone and everything. A cluster of gnomes surrounds a dusky-skinned human woman in a sheepskin vest, apparently trying and failing to beat her at a card game. It's all rather a lot to take in, and no one knows when it's going to change. Sorry. Okay, so if 4 or 5 time has passed, and 4 time has passed, then we read entry 7049, or no, 4616 rather. Okay. Miriam and Braxton's wedding reception has begun, adding to the chaos of the common room. The wedding party has claimed a long table under the window where you see Miriam seated next to her father. Sapphire waves to you as she passes, headed to the kitchen, where you see that Grisbeck the baker is hard at work on what you presume is the traditional wedding cake. Penny, Grisbeck's daughter, waddles past with the gnome toddler Mal balanced on her feet, cackling with delight at each step they take together. Alright, chat, we have a couple of choices here. Now, this one I'm going to ask us to put into chat, just because, again, I don't want to add all these entries onto the town right now. So I'm just going to ask you to put these in chat. So here are the options. There are 5 possibilities, okay? Sit with Miriam and her father. That's choice 1. So you could just say, sit with Miriam. Watch Penny and Malachite play, if you want. So you could just say, watch Penny. Help out in the kitchen. That's easy. Help out. Return to your room for a while. And if we return, you could just say, return to room. If we do that, then we can have any amount of time pass. So we could basically just end the day if you wanted to end it that way. Or leave the Swan. So again, your choices are sit with Miriam and her father. You just say sit with Miriam. Watch Penny and Malachite play. You just say watch Penny. Help out in the kitchen. You just say help out. Return to your room for a while. Just say return to room. Or leave the Swan. Those are your 5 choices. Help out, help out, help out, kitchen. So Mrs. Dunslot's a help out. All right, I got 4 help outs. Leave the Swan. Sit with Miriam. I suspect shenanigans. Echo, not surprisingly, is leaving the cake. You realize, Echo, you're leaving the chance to help with the cake, right? Yeah, I mean, there's the cake. Like the cake. You know what I'm saying? The cake. It looks like this is fairly overwhelming in favor of the cake, except for leaving the Swan. Oh my gosh, this is a freaking landslide. All right. Very clearly, everyone's about the cake. I destroy it. Okay, fair enough. Help out in the kitchen. All right, chat. I hear you loud and clear. Here we go. You find Sapphire, Grisbeck, and a handful of other gnomes hard at work in the kitchen. Grisbeck is carefully squeezing whipped cream from a pastry brag onto a towered cake, spotted through with currants and adorned with fresh red berries. Sapphire is chopping freshly washed garden greens, which she then scoops into a broad wooden bowl and dresses with oil and vinegar. She hands the salad off to a runner and bustles to her oven to baste a pair of ducks roasting there. Hello, dear, she says over her shoulder to you. Here to help? If you have craftsmanship. We do not have craftsmanship. So we have to read entry 2726. Uh-oh. That may be problematic. Sapphire puts you to work chopping vegetables for a stew, directing you to a broad wooden cutting board and baskets of white, orange, and purple tubers. You chop them all into cubes the width of your thumb and then drop them into a bubbling pot over the fire. I need more whipped cream, says Grisbeck, handing you a large bowl and a stiff wooden whisk. You sit on a stool and stir the cream until your arm burns and the white liquid piles up like clouds. Then Grisbeck sets you and Jasper to breaking eggs and splitting yolk from white, all while the kitchen bustles around you. Man, this is epic right here. This is like the cake boss right here. 86. Okay. Soon enough, the dinner has all been prepared. Sapphire wipes down the counters as Jasper does a few dishes, then steps back and nods. Grisbeck, she says, I'll be joining the party now if you don't mind. Oh, you go on ahead then, he says, carefully stirring a copper pot of egg custard. I just have this cake to finish. Sapphire and Jasper dry their hands and leave the kitchen. A raucous roar of celebration. Could be so happy he doesn't have a text-to-speech person these subjects I give him an earful. I would every single time, like non-stop to savor. Time for kitchen murder. Thank you for the 41-month resub at Tier 3, Echo. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Echo. Much love, much appreciation. Thank you, dude. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you, Echo. Also, hello to Rock God, who just came in. What's up, dude? Hello to Rock God. Thank you, Echo, and hello to Rock God. Okay, so you got 3 choices, everybody. You can either return to the party with Sapphire, you can join Jasper with Penny and Malachite, or you can stay and help Grisbeck in the kitchen. So you can return to the party with Sapphire, join Jasper with Penny and Malachite, or stay and help Grisbeck in the kitchen. So just say, return to party, join Jasper, or stay and help Grisbeck. So please just tell me that in chat. Alright, Mrs. Dunsel says stay. CQ says join Jasper. Prince Justin says stay. Saradex says stay. Alright, we got 3 stay, 1 join Jasper. 3 stay, 4 stay, 1 join Jasper. 4 stay, 2 join Jasper. 5 stay, 2 join Jasper. 5 stay, 2 join Jasper. Alright. 5 stay, 3 join Jasper. 5 stay, 3 join Jasper. I'm going to last call this here. 5 stay, 3 join Jasper, going once. 5 stay, 3 join Jasper, going twice. And 5 stay it is. Alright, we're going to stay and help Grisbeck in the kitchen. 39, 33. You clear away a few more dishes while Grisbeck gets his custard just right. Then you both converge on the nearly done wedding cake. It wobbles somewhat in its dish, towering above you. I'm beginning to wonder if I've outfoxed myself, murmurs Grisbeck, setting his custard aside. Moving this confection into the common room may prove difficult. Now it says if story point Q5 is marked. Let's see. Q5 is marked. It says it is marked. So we read entry 8624. Working together, you and Grisbeck spoon the custard over the wobbling sponge cake and adorn it with berries and edible flowers. I wanted to thank you, says Grisbeck, for being so kind to me and Penny. It's been difficult to call any place home for me since leaving the Dunwar Mountains. Grisbeck sets the custard aside and sighs. Mostly I worry about Penny. She's had a hard time making friends, you know. He smiles at you as you work the pastry bag, adding loops and swirls of icing to the cake. She's taken quite a shine to ye, so thank ye. Grisbeck glances up at you and chuckles. You have something on ye, he says softly. You brush one of your cheeks but don't feel anything. Here, he says, as he brings his hand up to caress your neck and brushes your cheek with a firm, calloused thumb. His hand lingers on your neck for a moment as he gazes into your eyes. Whoa! Then he draws his hand away and presses his thumb to his lips, tasting the cream while maintaining eye contact. Ah, it's sweet. You finish decorating the cake under a gentle silence, Grisbeck glancing up at you from time to time and smiling to himself. Dang! This dude is just like, aha! Penny did the whole, like, Dad, are you getting married again? He's like, oh, there's time for that. We got some romance going on here. I mean, that's... Look, that was a ghost moment, right? That was molding the freaking pot or whatever. We just need the oh my love, my darling, I tremble like your cake. No, okay. All right. Read entry 9972. Interesting. Grisbeck is a romance option. With utmost care, you and Grisbeck carry the towering cake from the kitchen out to the common room. Exactly, Arudnell. A hush spreads across the room as you move, followed by a wave of rippling applause. Grisbeck beams and grins as you settle the dessert on the bridal table. Oh my, says Braxton. That looks incredible. Good enough to eat, chirps Miriam. Were you romancing each other in the kitchen? Because no, she doesn't say that. I'd go with careless fits. Okay. With dinner finally served in full, the guests all settle down into their seats and begin to eat. Sapphire stands up on her chair and welcomes everyone, including those poor innocent passersby who thought they were just coming for a normal evening at their favorite inn. The good news, she says, is that you eat free tonight and all you have to do is suffer through a few toasts. Chuckles spread through the crowd as Sapphire looks down at her niece and smiles. Mariam and Braxton are embarking on one of the greatest of life's journeys, and they are doing it together. Seeing the joy they bring each other, I can't imagine anything different. She raises a glass of sparkling wine, a gesture echoed across the room. To Mariam and Braxton, she calls. May their journey together be long and never boring. More toasts follow, from Hiram, from Miriam herself. Even Isaac, slightly tipsy, stands up to say a few words. Your focus, however, is on the food. Oh my god. All right, get ready, chat. I hope everyone ate. Steaming roast duck, crisp greens dressed in oil and vinegar, rich brown bread with soft goat cheese, stewed vegetables fragrant with lemon-tinged spices, a traditional gnomish flatbread of milled corn and peppers. The food seems to never end, and it fills you with warmth and joy. Okay, you recover 2 stamina. We were already full. We mark 1 progress in social practice. We already got that covered. Time passes. So we got 1 more time here. Okay. Eventually, you and everyone else are full, and the crowd pushes away from the tables. Some leave the Swan, off to tend to their own business elsewhere, while others cluster into groups as tables are cleared away. I know, right? Sapphire and Isaac take seats by the fire, sipping mulled wine and reminiscing about the past. Miriam and Hiram drag Braxton to a nearby table, promising to teach her all about their favorite game they played as children. Jasper and Grisbeck share a bottle of mead as they watch their children run shrieking through the room, chasing each other around. All right. So we've got 5 choices here, chat. So again, so as to avoid doing this poll again, I'm going to just have you folks say this in chat. So you can join Miriam, Braxton, and Hiram for a game. You can sit with Sapphire and Isaac and talk. You can watch the children with Grisbeck and Jasper. You can return to your room for a while and basically let the rest of the day pass. Or you can leave the Swan and go somewhere else in the village. So join Miriam, Braxton, and Hiram. That's just... You could just say play game or join Miriam for that. Sit with Sapphire and Isaac. You just sit with Sapphire and Isaac. You just say sit with Sapphire. Watch the children with Grisbeck and Jasper. You can say watch the children. Return to your room or leave the Swan. So we have sit. We have Sapphire. That's another sit. We have play game. We have another game. So we have 2 for sit and 2 for play game and 2 for leave. 2 for sit, 2 for play game, 2 for leave. All right. I see chat has some different opinions on this. 2 for sit, 2 for play game, and 2 for leave. Three for sit, 2 for play game, and 2 for leave. 3 for sit, 2 for play game, 2 for leave. 3 for sit, 2 for play game, 2 for leave. 3 for sit, 3 for play game, and 2 for leave. All right. 3 for sit, 3 for play game, and 2 for leave. All right, I'm going to last call this. We need to break this tie. 3 for sit, 3 for play game, and 2 for leave. Another terrifying emote, Echo. 3 for sit, 2 for play game. 3 for sit, 3 for play game, and 2 for leave. So we've got 3 for sit and 3 for play game is tied, and 2 for leave. So we need someone to break this tie. 3 for sit, 3 for play game, 2 for leave. All right, so we've got, I think that's a change vote from Configuration Queen. Throw 3 for sit, 3 for play game. Okay, play and play. Yep. And so Triffid is also played too. All right, then we're going to close that poll because we've had enough that have actually played there. All right, so play game it is. All right. I don't know. Who wants to play? I mean, really, playing a game, really? Is that what we're doing now? Play games? Who the heck does that? Who plays games? Yeah, Fizbin. Fizbin. Oh, you've got a Jack, but only on Tuesdays. All right. Miriam and Hiram are chattering away as they set up a game board out of a clattering of wooden hexes fire-etched with designs that mimic markings on a map. Braxton sees you approach and arches her eyebrows in a plea for rescue. Please, she says, join us. It might be nice not to be the only person in the game who doesn't know what she's doing. Oh yes, says Miriam. Play making room for you. Join us. That emote, Echo, is a little disturbing, I gotta be honest. I'm not wild about that emote. It's a little troubling. It's kind of, yeah. No. Just do, no, don't do timeout. Just type in a few more and it'll be out of chat. Or that. No. But untime him out, though, Dragon. There we go. Now it's off of the chat window. Just make sure you unban him, Dragon, okay? It was just to get that emote off the screen, Echo. Oh, wait, can we not... Oh, okay. Okay, cool. No. He's just... Echo. He's just getting rid of the emote. Don't block, please. He's just getting rid of the emote because the emote was scary. That's all. He wasn't doing anything to you. He was trying to block it. He was trying to get rid of the emote. That's all. That's why he untimed you out immediately. Okay. Where are we? What was I doing? I was doing a... Oh, yes. The game. So, okay, thanks, Trippin. The game features... Okay, so, join us. The game features small tokens representing each player's caravan, moving through the hexes which are flipped face up to represent exploring unknown territory. As you play, you accumulate resources such as sheep, wood, and bricks, all represented by colored stones, and then trade them with one another to improve your caravans. It seems that the trading is the true strategy, and an alliance with another player is the best way to proceed. This is freaking Settlers of Catan! They're having us play Settlers of Catan. I need some bricks, said Miriam. I'll trade sheep for them. I already have more sheep than I can use, says Braxton. Don't trade your bricks, says Hiram to you, leaning over. If you do, she'll build a village and then she'll be sure to win the game. Trade them to me instead. Man, alright, so we either trade resources with Miriam, trade our bricks to Hiram, form an alliance with Braxton, or nuke Settlers of Catan from orbit because this game sucks. Okay, no, alright. That was just me adding that in. So either trade resources with Miriam, trade your bricks to Hiram instead, or form an alliance with Braxton. You could just tell me this in chat, everybody. Trade resources with Miriam, trade your bricks to Hiram, or form an alliance with Braxton. Oh, man. I don't... My problem with Settlers, honestly, has always been that my feeling is that Settlers is not a game. It's a social mechanism to determine how much you can screw over your one slightly naive friend. Like, I did play one Settlers of Catan game, which was a Star Trek game that I kind of liked. But other than that, I've played Settlers of Catan a number of times, and I just do not. I bounce right off that game. I don't know why. For whatever the reason. There is a global turn-off option. The reason that I haven't done that, Arudinel, is because there are some of the animated emotes that I think are okay. But yeah, it's a little... I've been playing around with it. I think you can do it just for you, though, right? Like, I think you can turn off animated emotes just for you, I believe. I think you can do that. Yeah. Okay. So we've got, let's see, what have we got? So we've got a vote. That would be cool animated. That's true, actually. All right, so what have we got, chat? We've got trade resources with Miriam, trade your bricks to Hiram instead, or form an alliance with Braxton. So Sarudex is ally with Braxton. What about other votes? Other votes here. What do you think? Do we trade with Miriam, trade our bricks to Hiram, or form an alliance with Braxton? Oh, really, Trippin? I think that's the only Settlers I actually liked. Dude playing a dude disguised as another dude. Alright, Prince Justin says to ally with Braxton. Mrs. Dunsel says ally. CQ says trade with Miriam. Golden Drake says alliance. Hilna says alliance. Okay, so it looks like we're leaning towards alliance with Braxton, although Configuration Queen... Trade with who, though, CQ? Trade with Miriam or trade with Hiram instead? Trade with Miriam or trade with Hiram? And yes, Rock God, it is very, like, Gameception. Trade with anyone? Well, no, you have to choose. You can't just say anybody. You have to choose. You have to decide if you want to trade with Miriam. Just anti-alliance. Well, who's it going to be, though? You have to pick Miriam or Hiram, then. That's funny. Oh, all right, Hiram. You're gonna. I think you're gonna lose out to the alliance anyway. All right, going once. Going twice. All right, alliance with Braxton it is. All right, the two people who don't know what they're doing allegedly. All right. It's clear that both Miriam and Hiram want your bricks, and without really understanding why, you resolve to not let them have any. Instead, you propose an alliance with Braxton, trading her some bricks and wood for her sheep and letting you both make some modest improvements to your caravans. Your friendly relationship and easy trading soon see you both pulling ahead of the siblings, who retaliate by forming an alliance of their own and doing their best to limit your expansion and progress within the relatively limited scope the game allows. Working together, they come back from behind, and the game tightens up dramatically. As the game ends, Hiram exults that his score is higher than yours by the narrowest of margins. But any victory is a victory, he says, laughing. I'm sorry, says Braxton. I must have miscounted. I thought I had the highest score. Miriam laughs as Hiram recounts Braxton's score for her and finds no mistake. Braxton is the winner, and by an impressive amount. Well, I don't quite understand what happened, says Braxton, but that was fun. All right, Braxton wins. See, Braxton was actually secretly the settlers of Catan god, and like her marriage to Miriam was just so that she could get to this moment of winning. That's what that's about. Yeah, I'm not wild about. I'm definitely not wild about settlers myself. Okay, good stuff. A call goes up from the crowd for dessert, and to general cheers, Miriam and Braxton rise and cross to the imposing confectionery edifice. Sapphire rushes forward with a silver serving knife as Braxton lifts Miriam up to stand on a chair. The brides each place a hand on the knife, and then together they cut into the custard and cake dessert to much cheering. Braxton carefully serves her wife the first forkful of cake, but when Miriam returns the favor, she smears a trail of cream across Braxton's nose. The crowd hoots as Braxton gasps, lifts the gnome up with one hand, and returns the favor with a finger's worth of custard. Grisbeck and Sapphire serve out the dessert as the two brides clean up, and then a raucous cry of, "Speech! Speech!" erupts from the crowd. "All right, you animals," calls Miriam, climbing up atop a table. "No," says Braxton, touching Miriam's back. She turns and Braxton smiles. "Let me say a few words." Braxton steps forward, and you realize that somewhere along the way she traded her armor for a generous floor-length gown, one that leaves her shoulders and arms bare. She looks every inch the blushing bride as she looks down at the floor and takes a deep breath. "I don't like speaking in front of crowds," she manages to general chuckles. "But I do love Miriam. I fight and I risk my life, but that isn't courage, or it isn't for me. It's just what I know and what I do. I've never been afraid to die, but I think that before I met Miriam, I was afraid to live. I was afraid to ask for happiness in my life, for anything beyond duty, beyond the fight. So I wanted to thank Miriam and all of you for giving me the courage to live." She drops her eyes to the floor again, her cheeks flushed. "If that's all right with you." She turns to Miriam, whose eyes overflow with tears. Miriam chokes and sputters and finally calls out, "My wife, everybody. Dame Braxton, Ever, and Brightstone. Time to figure out a new family name already of Dragonholt. Hands off, she's mine." A roar and great stamping of feet goes up from the crowd, and Miriam hurls herself into Braxton's arms, then everyone tucks into their dessert. Yours is a thick slab of cake shot through with currants, drowning in custard and cream and covered with sweet red and blue berries. It's sweet without being overwhelming and refreshing on your tongue, and far too soon it's gone and the party is over. "The celebration continues on the village green," calls Sapphire, waving people out the door. "Another bonfire tonight." Mark 1 progress in social practice, which we can't do because we're full up already. Time passes, and the encounter is complete. All right, now chat. We still have 2 sections left, and it does say that there's a bonfire on the village green. So you can go wherever you want, but most places are going to be closed, unless you go to one of the inns, like the Swan where we are now, or the Countess Inn, or whatever. But also the Village Inn The Village Inn is the Village Green is where they're having a bonfire. So I'm going to open that up. Oh, yeah, I just noticed that. That's right. So there you go. I know, right, Bulgaris? Well, okay, in fairness, Bulgaris. So maybe the alcohol we got wasn't so hot, but you got to admit, though, Bulgaris, we did get a legit meal and a legit cake. So, I mean, there is that. I mean, like, hi, Blackberry Bear. Good to see you. Aw, the Village Green. All right, looks like chat is strongly in favor. Looks like we're moving in the direction of the Village Green. This whole day has literally just been wedding day. Like, we went to the shrine, and then afterwards it's just been nothing but wedding day. Where are they burning the newlyweds? Yeah. Last call, last call. And... Alright. Village Green it is. Okay, encounter is complete. We're going to go to the Village Green. That's 2,900. Okay, 2,900. Common meeting place much the people. Features a small pond, a well, a fire pit where the village holds frequent bonfires, and a penned area for livestock, though much of the livestock brought to the green are left to wander and graze. So, we're looking at day 5. The village green is dense with gnomes. The paddock is flooded with grazing donkeys and pack goats still in their harness, and ringed about with brightly painted wagons and caravans. A pole has been erected in the center of the green, hung with many sashes in a variety of colors. Clusters of gnomes form and reform all across the green, gossiping and dancing and trading and laughing. From somewhere, fast-paced music reaches your ears. It's all almost too much to take in. Okay, if 6 or more time has passed today, and it has, then we read entry 5894. Okay. A bonfire burns at the edge of the green, surrounded by chattering crowds of villagers and gnomes. A large band of gnomes and humans is sawing their way through a variety of folk songs, alternating between the two traditions and learning as they go. The dancers, a mixture of visiting gnomes and Dragonholt villagers, are likewise teaching one another dances to go with the music. Among the dancers, the newlyweds Braxton and Miriam are radiant, although the flowers in their hair are becoming somewhat tattered. You also see Sapphire, Jasper, Grisbeck, and Penny intermingled among the crowd. Resting against the paddock, you see Scala, the orc shrine attendant, watching and smoking his pipe. All right. Yeah, I know, right? US Norway, what's up, man? Okay, so we can either... So just tell me this in chat. Join the crowd in song and dance. Talk with Scala about Dragonholt's traditions. Or leave the Village Green, and that just ends the encounter. So join the crowd in song and dance. Talk with Scala or leave the Village Green. What is it going to be, chat? Let's see. No, when you log in, hold on a second. So go ahead and just tell me in chat, everyone, and give me a second. Okay. So what do we got? So we've got Scala, talk. Scala, 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 Scala. Dance, Scala, dance, Scala, dance, dance. It looks like, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 Scala. We've got one. Okay, so we've got 6 Scala. We've got 1 dance, 2 dance, 3 dance, 4 dance. So 6 Scala, 4 dance, 1 leave. Yes, I assume that's what that was. 6 Scala, 4 dance, and 1 leave. Alright, so I'm going to last call this, going once. 6 Scala, 4 dance, and 1 leave. Going once. Going twice. Alright, so we're going to talk with Scala about Dragonholt's traditions. Okay. You set yourself down on the edge of the paddock next to the old orc, who nods his head as you approach. An ancient tradition, he says, nodding towards the fire. Who can say when it began or why? It's said that these celebrations are to invite the blessings of the spirits on the village and all who gather here. He grins, his thick, heavy teeth white in the half-darkness. Said by me every week when I light the fire. Who knows? It might even be true. Alright, we have 2 options here, chat. I'm going to open up a quick poll. If anyone knows, shouldn't it be you? We could say that to him. Or we could say, how far back does the tradition go? So I'm opening up that poll. If anyone knows, shouldn't it be you? Means you vote 1. Or how far back does the tradition go? Means you vote 2. So if anyone knows, shouldn't it be you is 1. And how far back does the tradition go is 2. Alright, we're going to last call this. Looks like people are leaning towards asking about how far back the tradition goes. What I think is interesting about this game, by the way, one of the things I think is interesting is, this is really just literally slice of life stuff, right? Like, mechanically, we got a couple of things, but it's not like we're gaining... I mean, I guess we get experience for certain things or whatever, but really we're doing this because of the story. Like, we're learning about the story. And I think that's really interesting. Okay, and we're going to close this up because chat is unanimous in wanting to know how far back does the tradition go. Let's find out. I just said I didn't know, didn't I? The old orc chuckles and tamps down a fresh wad, kind of dragon, yeah, of some sweet-smelling herb into his pipe. The night is young. Hang on there, Hilness. I've tended this shrine for, it must be near 20 years now. Before me, the spirit speaker, we orcs would have called her a spirit speaker, the villagers just called her Mother Merith, was an old human woman, and she lit the bonfire same as me. And she had the tradition from the speaker before her, and he from the speaker before him. The orc packs away his pouch of pipeweed and strokes his braided beard. It must have been a first bonfire. Someone must have started the tradition, but it hardly matters. If they hadn't, someone would have done something else. The community wants an event like this. It needs it. People need to come together and celebrate the fact that they can, or things go wrong. I don't know if the blessings of the spirits come upon those who gather here, but I know that the blessings of one another do, and I think that is even more important. I like this dude, Scala. He stands and waves his pipe at you. Time to light it. Enjoy your night. He walks toward the fire, humming along to the music. Mark 1 progress in social practice. We can't do that. Boy, did we get a lot of social practice today. Time passes, and the encounter is complete. All right, chat, we got 1 square left before the night is over. We've got 1 square left. I know, right? 1 square left. So what do we want to do on the last square? We could, we got lots of options. We could come right back to the village green and we could do dancing. We could go to the guard station and try to do some physical training. I don't know if they're open, but we could try. We could go to the Drunken Hog or the Chatty Archer or the Countess Inn or the Swan. Those should all be open. So we have a lot of different options that we could do. And I'm going to open it up and let everybody decide. We could go back to the village green. The bakery's closed. The apothecary shop is closed. The shrine, I think, is going to be closed. The library's closed. The village hall is closed. But the smithy is closed, I think. So I would say you got basically the guard station, and then you got the inns. Drunken Hog, Chatty Archer, Countess Inn of the Swan. So go ahead and get, there's a vote open. So go ahead and do your vote. $ vote space. See, Configuration Queen's like, we need to get the hell out of town. See, you should be excited, Echo, because no wedding stuff. I am indeed wearing the cap that I bought recently. I am indeed. I added a sticker to it for the moment, which I picked up today. I didn't really add it. I'm just putting it on there right now. No, that was because Arudinel said that I kept doing like hat shots because I was leaning forward, and said I should put a sticker on it. So my son picked up this sticker in a store, and he was just like, when we went to REI, which is like an outdoor store, I have no idea what the sticker stands for. So yeah. All right, last call. Last call. And all right, guard station it is. 52:30, just before the end of the night. It may not be open either, but I think it might be. We'll see. The guard station is used as a meeting place for the village guard, a place to store the few implements of war the village has. An attached annex accessible only from outside, serves as a jail cell, though it is rarely used. Behind the building is a training area with several training dummies. If this is your first time visiting this location, it is not. So, 6259. We definitely visited before. The guardhouse door stands open, revealing a spare room with a crude desk and a large iron bell. A black iron cage covers the entire back wall, its gate secured with a heavy lock. Swords, poleaxes, coats of mail, and various other armaments glimmer in the shadows of the cage. If 0 or 1 time has passed today, no. 2 to 4 times passed today, no. Otherwise, read entry 9930. At first, you don't see any evidence of a guard on duty, but then you notice that Talia is propped in a chair against the side wall, her helmet tipped down over her eyes. She stiffens and tips her helmet up, peering at you. Oh, she says. It's just you. Alright, chat. So, we have 2 choices here. Real simple. The choices are either request to use the training ground, which will give us physical training, or leave the guard station. So there are our choices. The choice is request to use the training ground. That's choice 1. Choice 2 is leave the guard station and the encounter is complete. That's fair enough. I mean, I'd certainly be in favor of that, Rock God, as you probably are not surprised to learn. I'm all about that. I think it's something about a co-op. So, because like something about a co-op thing, but I don't know what. They had him right on the front counter. And Mini Arv was a big fan. But yeah, I'd be in favor of that for sure. Hey, Rock God, are you batting down for Henri? I don't know if you're in the track at all. I think you're likely to get rain, right? But it's not gonna hit your area directly, I don't think. Gonna last call this here. Barely miss, yeah. That's what I thought. Well, does not look like it's gonna barely miss us. It looks like That's funny. Optimum sends me this thing saying, like, we'll be there for you every step of the way. I'm like, I appreciate that, Optimum, but actually I'm no longer with you and I canceled my service, so... Actually, you're not really gonna be there with us because this... Wind and rain. What did Prince Justin say? Yeah. Yep. Yep. You quoted Billy Joel? What? Oh, good call, good call. That's a good call, Echo. Oh, it's so small I can't read it. Oh, yeah. The king and the queen went back to the green, but you can never go back there again. Whoa. Now I see what it is. Rock and roll. Brenda and Eddie had it all ready for the summer of 75. From the height of the low to the end of the show for the rest of their lives. They couldn't go back to the greasers. The best they could do was pick up their pieces, and we always knew they would both find a way to get by. Oh, and that's all I heard about Brenda and Eddie. I can't tell you more cause I told you already. Oh man, I did not do that right. I can't tell you more cause I told you already. And here we are waving Brenda and Eddie goodbye. Whoa. That's a great song. Scenes from a Italian Restaurant is a great song. Oh, they are a dragon? Oh, that sucks. What's up, Tilted Gaming? That's one of those... That song, you've got to definitely have it, you know. And that's all I heard about Brenda and Eddie. I can't tell you more because I told you already. And here we are waving Brenda and Eddie goodbye. As long as you just make sure you get the breath right going into it, you're fine. But otherwise, you're like... So... Good stuff. Good to see you, Tilted. All right. Okay, so we're going to close this. So... welcome to Dragonholt. Welcome to the day of weddings, Tilted. This has been a day of weddings. Yeah, pacing. Pacing is where it's about. Okay, so we're going to use the training ground. Do you remember those days hanging out at the village green? The engineer boots, leather jackets, and tight blue jeans. Whoa, you drop a dime in the box, play a song about New Orleans. Cold beer, highlights, my sweet romantic teenage nights. Woo. Okay, you retrieve a practice weapon from the rack and square up against one of the blocky training dummies. The dummy doesn't put up much of a fight, of course, but swinging the heavy training weapon around is quite the workout, and the muscles in your arms and back burn as you grunt and thwack away for a few hours. Okay, you lose 2 stamina. That's unfortunate. Okay. Mark 1 progress in combat training or 1 progress in physical training. Oh, that's interesting. And then time passes and the encounter is complete. All right. So we have a choice that we have to make there. There was cake. All right. So there's a choice that we have to make there, chat. So we can mark 1 progress in combat training or we can mark it in physical training. Now, here's the thing. If we mark it in combat training, we will wrap up that line. And what that means is that when we get more experience, we could then pick up a skill from either social practice or from combat training. That's one option. However, we already have brawling and archery. So if we were to do that, we would be getting dueling or military once we get the experience to spend on it. Okay? On the other hand, we could spend it on physical training, but we're farther away in physical training. And when we get done with physical training, there is agility, which we have. We have athletics already. We have stealth already, I think. We do have stealth. So it's just endurance is the only thing we could get from physical training. So basically, if we do combat training, we'll be able to get 2 skills that are available to us. If we do physical training, we'll be able to get 1 skill. So, chat, which one do you want to do? Do you want to put it in combat training? I'm actually going to put this as just open it up as a quick poll. If you want to do combat training, vote 1. If you want to do physical training, vote 2. Both of them are good choices. Like, none of them are bad. I just want to get rid of this stupid lodestone so we can freaking get the agility back. Man, Harry, it's about the agility. All right, let's change up our... Let's change up our music, shall we? That was a good one, but let's do some other one here. Let's do some... Tomorrow, I think, is going... Okay, I'm going to wait, because I think tomorrow is going to be a lot more hardcore, so to speak. So I'll wait on the music in just a minute. But I'm guessing that tomorrow is going to be not about weddings the whole time. I don't know. There's no way that I know of how to do it. It just says... It just says lodestone... Your agility is disabled as long as you carry this stone. You cannot give this stone to another hero. We just have to find some place to get rid of it. I don't know. I'm assuming something in the story lets us do it. But yeah, I don't know. Okay, so I'm going to last call this. It looks like people are in favor of combat training, and I think I agree with that. I think combat training makes more sense, even though both of them are options. Okay. Combat training it is. So, we do not have any experience at the moment, but when we get experience, we'll be able to use it to pick up either social practice or combat training. So, good stuff. Okay, so we did that. Time passes, and the encounter is complete, and that means that our day 5 has come to an end. This day 5 in the game. So... Okay. The Gnome Festival continues into the small hours, but aside from the occasional lilt of gay music or burble of laughter, no noise reaches your room. You climb into bed exhausted and unable to shake a feeling of deep contentment. Your dreams are troubled, however, red things thick with menace. You wake several times in the night and once cross to your window, seeking some sign of what woke you. Finding nothing, you collapse once more and are soon asleep. Okay, you recover half of your maximum stamina, so we're right back to 14. Activation token doesn't apply to us. And this chapter of the story ends here. When you're ready to begin the next chapter, read entry 5248. All right. Day 6, people. We've only got 2 days left. Day 6. This was a day of weddings. Will tomorrow be a day of weddings? Let's find out. You wake, sweating to a commotion. At first you think the gnomes are still running rampant, but a quick glance outside your window shows that the few gnomes you do see are quietly cleaning up from their festival or heading west out of town. You dress somewhat reluctantly in the great heat of the day and go downstairs. The common room is nearly empty, with half-eaten breakfast neglected on various tables and no sign of Sapphire or Jasper anywhere. You help yourself. What's up, Infinity Simplex? We are indeed doing votes. Yes, indeed. You help yourself to a roll left over from last night's dinner and wander outside to finally find the source of the hubbub. A large crowd is gathered outside the Swan, all muttering to one another and staring to the east. You find Sapphire standing precariously atop a rain barrel, straining to see over the crowd with Hunter, the bartender from the Chatty Archer, at her side. "That doesn't look good," she murmurs. To the east, a pillar of black smoke towers into the sky. A red, sullen light lurks there. "What is it?" asks a village with a straw hat. "Dragon," answers Hunter, his eyes narrowed. "See? There is a dragon! You all thought there wasn't one, but there is one." A murmur of agreement spreads through the crowd. "North and east of Evesmore, if I'm reading it right." "In Belmont lands, maybe," asks the villager in the straw hat. Right on the border, says a dusky-skinned human woman in a sheepskin vest. My cousin rode in with the news this morning. Evesmore is mighty scared right now. They should be, says Hunter, his face dark. All right, now we have 4 choices, chat. 4 options here. Now, I'm not going to put this up on the polls yet because I don't know yet what we're doing as far as this is concerned. So you can tell me this in chat. Here are the 4 choices. 1. Inform the guards that a dragon has been spotted. That's choice 1. Choice 2. Warn Lady Regina that Evesmore could be in danger. That's choice 2. Choice 3. Head east and protect Evesmore yourself. That's choice 3. Choice 4. Ignore the commotion and go about your day. What? Ignore the commotion? You're like, oh, okay, well, I'm going to go to the bakery. What? What do you mean ignore the commotion? Anyway, those are your 4 choices. So tell me this in chat. Inform the guards that a dragon has been spotted. That's inform the guards. Warn Lady Regina that Evesmore could be in danger. Warn Lady Regina. Head east and protect Evesmore yourself. Head east. Or ignore the commotion. Yeah, exactly. Like, whatever. What? Mrs. Dunsel, what? What? Come on now. You had a roll already. Yes, I expect Echo to do it because Echo has decided to be disruptive guy today. But guards. Okay, I have 2 for ignore. I have 2 for guards. Yeah, ignoring the dragon. Yeah. Ignoring the dragon. So 2 for ignore the commotion, 2 for guards. You can tell me this in chat. Oh, we need music. Let's fire up some music. We need... Let's go. Okay, here we go. By ignoring it, I saved the dragon. We have to go to places. It does not do to leave a live dragon out of your calculations if you live near him. Warning is my vote. Okay, so guards. We're anti-dragon. Warn the guards. 3 from 8. Guards. Okay, so it looks like we've got 2 ignore, 2 guards. I may have persuaded Mrs. Dunsel. 2 ignores and 2 guards. Then we've got 2 ignore and 3 guards. 2 ignore, 4 guards. 2 ignore, 5 guards. Okay, 2 ignore, 5 guards. I'm going to last call this. We have 2 ignore and 5 guards. 2 ignore, 5 guards. 2 ignore, 6 guards. Okay, going once. 2 ignore, 6 guards, going twice. And... Everybody's just jealous. Okay, guards it is. Okay, so we're going to warn the guards. Okay. You rush to the guard station, where you find the old orc Tweagle on duty, already trying to calm a nervous crowd. What are you going to do about the dragon? Frets a tall human man with broken veins all through his face and nose. Try to stay calm, says Tweagle. Dame Braxton and Talea have already gone to the manor to ask her ladyship for instructions. We'll do everything possible to keep you all safe. Oh, calls a surly-looking gnome man. And what's that, then? You got any dragon-slaying tricks up your sleeve, then? There's no need to panic, says Tweagle. The dragon was sighted leagues away, and there's no reason to think it will come to the village. If it does come, says the gray-robed librarian, clutching a thick book to her chest, Lady Regina is the person best equipped to deal with this threat. She's defeated a dragon before. That's just some old story, grouses the gnome. Regina's an old lady. She's got no better chance of beating a dragon than I have. It's clear that you won't be of any particular help here. So, mark story point Y3, which we actually already marked. So now, we can go to Fairfax Manor to speak with Lady Regina. We can head east and protect Evesmore yourself. Or you've already done everything that you can, which is basically like, ignore the commotion again. So, there are your choices, chat. Go to Fairfax Manor to speak with Lady Regina. Head east to protect Evesmore. or you've done everything that you can. So tell me this in chat, please. Go to Fairfax Manor to speak with Lady Regina. Head east and protect Easmore yourself, or you've already done everything that you can. I'm still hungry. Manor. All right, so we've got manor. Dunsel says east. Triffid says manor. It's M-A-N-O-R. So you got it right that last time. Okay, so we had, looks like overwhelmingly we're in favor of manor, except for Mrs. Dunsel going east, who still wants to save the dragon. You may not be in line with most of chat, except for maybe Echo on this one, Mrs. Dunsel. All right, so manor it is. Okay, it's 3328. Mind your manners, yeah. Okay, as you approach Fairfax Manor, you hear voices and the whickering of horses from your right. To the manor born, there you go. Stepping around the manor, you find a group of people mounting horses in front of the Fairfax stables. Braxton, the guardswoman Talea, and Rochelle are already mounted, and the stablemaster Gawain is helping Regina up into the saddle of a calm gray mare. I thought you might come around, says Braxton with a smile as she adjusts the lie of her sword. You note that she's not carrying a lance, or really any weapon you'd expect her to bring to fight a monster 10 times her size. If you want to help, mount up. We're riding to Evesmoor to evacuate the people there. Now it says if story point Y3 is marked, and it is, so we read 2278. Okay. You ask if the stories are true about Regina defeating a dragon in her youth. Braxton raises her eyebrows and glances over at her countess. My lady? She asks. They are true after a fashion, admits Regina, stepping her mare closer to you. But I am not the woman now I was then, and such magic is no longer mine to command. She glances to the east at the pillar of smoke rising to the sky. And it was not without cost, even then. To fight this beast must fall to some other hero, I'm afraid. All I can do is protect my people the best way that I know how, and for Evesmoor, that means evacuation. My lady, says Braxton, allow me. A dozen men-at-arms, crossbows, a ballista, lances. I believe it can be done. We haven't a dozen men-at-arms to spare, chides Regina. Not even one. Your wife will not thank me if I send her home your corpse, I think, Dame Braxton. First we evacuate Evesmoor. Then we send a rider to Lord Belmont and unite our efforts. As you command, my lady. Braxton bows her head and turns her horse toward the road. We must not delay, says Regina to you. If you have a mind to challenge this monster, I cannot dissuade you. Perhaps the Belmonts have already dispatched their soldiers, and they may be of some aid to you as well. With that, the party rides off in a clatter of hooves. Okay, this encounter is complete. So, are we facing the dragon ourselves and thus visiting the Eastern Road? So, are we going to Evesmoor? I'm just going to open this up as a quick poll. If we're going to Evesmoor, vote 1. If you want to just ignore it and wander around the town, vote 2. If we're going to Evesmoor to help rescue people, vote 1. All right, I see chat is rather definitively voting in favor of going to the... They have not so far gone down the chaos route with you, Echo, I'm afraid. For funsies. All right. So, last call here, going once. Last call going twice. All right. We are going to Evesmoor. So, location 1810. That's the Eastern Road, which is here. 1810. The road that leads east away from the village is mostly cobbled, a more official-looking road than the others leading to Dragonholt. The road is flanked by numerous trees for some distance before twisting out of sight. If it is day 6 and 3 or less time has passed today, it is day 6 and 3 or less time has passed, so read entry 1920. The smoke of the dragon's attack rises on the horizon to the east. A hot wind is blowing and sweat beads on your forehead. The eastern road is a dangerous one today. Alright, so we're traveling to the site of the dragon attack. Traveling to Evesmoor. Evesmoor is almost a day away on foot, or a few hours on horseback, so your first step is to find a suitable mount. You visit the public stables south of the Swan and explain what you're looking for to the stable master, a broad-shouldered human man with dark brown skin and a close cap of gray curls. I'm all for someone taking care of that dragon, the man says with a frown. But I'm not eager to see my property ride straight at a monster that might find it fancies the taste of horse. He scratches his head for a moment and sighs. All right. I suppose I can always ask the Countess to reimburse me if you get my animals killed. Lars! He shouts, and a tow-headed human, human boy comes scurrying from within the stable. Lars will help you get mounted, explains the stable master. Lars takes you through the stalls to the paddock out back, where you see several fine horses, ponies, and even a larger than usual goat. It's a riding goat, explains Lars. I just got that one from the gnomes yesterday. Sure-footed, but she's a bit strong-willed. Take your pick. By the time you're mounted, you find Tweagle leaning against a post outside, a collection of spears and crossbows at his feet. I heard you're about to go do something stupid, he says, so I opened up the armory. Have at it. You take what you need from Tweagle's supplies, thank the stablemaster for the loan, and are ready to ride to the east. This encounter is complete. Read entry 1007 in the Terror on the Prairie quest book. We got a new quest, chat. We've got a new book. We are going to deal with a freaking dragon. Here you go, chat. Terror on the Prairie. Right there. Now, chat, I do want to ask, under Spirit's Blessing, which we got here, I was only kidding. No, the game heard you. Too late now. It says, I can never get that quite right because it's mirrored. Okay. This is called Legacy of Dragonholt, actually. It's not really a D&D module. This is a game which is right there. It's a cooperative, there you go. Cooperative narrative adventure. This is from Fantasy Flight. Came out in 2018. But it's very driven by skills. So these are the skills that we have, and there's a whole big narrative story that we've been a part of. But it's not D&D. It is, however, all of chat working together to deal with this problem, which includes a dragon. So, and welcome. So once per day, here's the Spirit's Blessing, chat. Once per day, you may choose one skill which you gain for the remainder of the current quest or encounter. So, right now that means that we can pick a skill. So here's the question, chat. Right now, we can't pick agility because of this stupid lodestone. So we've got awareness, stealth, athletics, survival, archery, brawling, persuasion, and streetwise. So I'm going to list off some of the skills that are left. We can pick one of these skills and get it for free just for during the adventure. Okay, just during this quest. So here we go. We could get alchemy. We could get arcana. We could get history. We could get reasoning. We could get runes. Runes is like the ability to use things like... Where's the war rune? Like, it would allow us to use this war rune if we used runes, for example. Or we could pick dueling or military. Those are self-explanatory, I think. Or we could pick endurance. Or we could pick deception, empathy, performance. Or we could pick devotion or willpower. So basically, it really is. That lodestone is a real pain. So basically, that's the question, chat. Are we picking an academic skill? Which is, again, alchemy, arcana, history, reasoning, or runes. Are we picking combat training, which means that we can pick dueling or military? Are we picking physical training, which means we could pick endurance, because we have everything else? Are we picking social practice, which means we could get deception, empathy, performance, and that's it. Deception, empathy, or performance. Or are we picking spiritual meditation, in which case we get devotion or willpower? So which are we doing? What's this sort of category? Academic study, combat training, and if you know the skill, you can tell me. You can just tell me the skill if you want in chat as well. Okay, spiritual. What under spiritual, Mrs. Dunsel? Devotion or willpower? And I got deception from Echo. I got academics, perhaps history. So I got deception, history. I've got arcana. Prince Justin suggests. Okay, willpower. So I've got deception, history, arcana, willpower as choices so far. Others. We're choosing one of the skills that we get just for this quest, because we have the Spirit's Blessing. So once per day, we can choose a skill which we use for the entire quest. Yeah, you're just having to gamble on this one, Arudinel, I agree. What's it going to be, military or deception? Both of them are good options. What's up, Critchwitch? I mean, I would say the dragon's been aggressive at least to the town. We don't know what the dragon is doing, but I would say that smoke is not a good sign. Good to see you, Critchwitch. Yeah, there really is a lot to choose from. You're leaning military? Okay. So far, I don't think anyone has chosen the same skill. I think everybody's literally chosen a different skill. The die says deception, right? I have 2 votes for deception and like 1 vote for a bunch of other things. Deception. It really is a gamble, I know. Yep. Alright, I got 3 votes for deception. That, right now, is definitely winning. So I'm going to last call this. Let me know if anyone else wants another skill that they've got in here. I've got votes right now for, besides deception, I have votes for history, I have votes for willpower, I have vote for arcana, I have vote for military. So I got votes for different ones, but I have, the most votes have been deception. Yeah, it's a gamble, we don't know. We don't know. All I know is that this day is going to be a lot more combat oriented than yesterday. Yesterday was all about the wedding. Today we got a dragon to deal with. Maybe the dragon wants to get married. Maybe the dragon missed day 5 and the dragon's like, yo, you know. Alright, going once, going twice. That's where the deception comes in. Alright. So deception it is. So I'm going to make a note. Deception is temporary. So deception for terror on the pretty useful Spirit's Blessing though. Only. Alright. Okay, here we go, chat. Oh, wait. I just realized I have to make a photocopy of this so we can actually follow what we're doing. So bear with me 1 second. That's true, Echo, actually. That's a good point. I think eventually you're just going to buy out that dragon. I think that's what's actually going to happen. You're not actually going to fight him. You're just going to, like, do a merger, you know? That's where I see this going. Well, remember, chat, we got a couple of healing potions, and we may need them. So... Alright, hang on. We're just printing out this sheet. Alright. So, here we go. Terror on the Prairie. Okay. Put the Dragonholt Village thing over there. Carry it here. Story tracking sheet is up there. Alright, here we go. Trade some wool sheep to it, yeah. Alright. What happened to my... What the heck? What happened to Terror on the Prairie? The Terror on the Prairie's been lost. Oh. Duh. I was copying it. What happened to it? It might have been copying it, big guy. Alright. Shoot, what number did it say it was? Alright, hang on a second. 1810. I forgot the number 2080. And the number that we're reading in there, 1007. Okay. Here we go. Alright, chat. Get your dragon fighting boots on here. You ride east, following the road through the rocky plains and until an offshoot takes you northeast into a wooded gulch. Wispy tendrils of black, oily smoke snake up through the trees ahead. You approach cautiously, unsure of what you might find there, but your apprehension of coming face to face with a dragon is dwarfed by the hope of finding survivors. What's left of a merchant caravan sits smoldering off the bank of a small stream. The trees part around the water and road, creating a natural clearing where the dragon must have attacked the caravan. Almost all of the wood has been reduced to ash, and the copper nails that once held it together have been melted and fused with the earth. Steel bands from shipping containers and reinforced trunks have been scattered around the landscape, as have the bones, weapons, and armor of half a dozen caravan guards. Oh, great. Alright, chat, so now we have a choice, and I'm going to put this up as an open poll. You can either examine the debris for clues, that's vote 1, or search for signs of survivors leaving the area, that's vote 2. So, quick poll. Yeah, Blackberry Bear, right? So, vote 1 if you want to examine the debris for clues, and vote 2 if you want to search for signs of survivors leaving the area. And in fairness, you know, you might be able to do both, I don't know, but so there may be an order of operations thing where you want to search debris first and then find the survivors or whatever. Domisaur? The heck is Domisaur? Oh. I see. I see how it is. Oh, man alive. Okay. So, 5-3. I'm going to last call this. It's true. Maybe the dragon, maybe the merchants were the dragon. You know? We don't know. Just that, you know, that my wife is making her regular allergy shots, Echo. She's done like 3 or 4 weeks of them, and she's got a number of months to go. My guess is that we're still on track for next summer. That's what I'm guessing, is that next summer is when the dog would probably enter the picture, I think. You know, obviously there's nothing yet confirmed, but this biggest step is for her to be doing the allergy shots thing. And then the dog is going to come up next, so. It's true, he did not rickroll me, it's true. All right, here we go. We're going to examine the debris for clues. 75, 57. Though the caravan is completely annihilated, there does seem to be some kind of method to the madness. The crates aren't just burned or smashed open, they've been picked through. And the reinforced trunks that were too well made to burn have been pried open by strong claws. The work must not have been easy even for a dragon, because you find one of the creature's talons has broken off and stuck in one of the heavy chests. So the dragon is looking for something, is what that sounds like. It's trying not to destroy. It's not just destroying everything, it's looking for something. That's what that sounds like to me. Okay, you gain 1 dragon claw. Just what I always wanted. The talons and scales of dragons are quality materials for crafters. A claw of this size is surely worth a small fortune to the right buyer. Okay. So, they just want their stuff back. Yeah, wouldn't surprise me. Don't mess with live dragons, right? Okay, so 1007. There we go. 75, 57. Also, we mark story point G8. Okay. And we read entry 4284. Yep. Okay. You search the area for signs of any survivors and discover tracks leading away from the clearing heading north. Several horses and a single set of wagon tracks. The path splits and the tracks follow an offshoot up a rocky slope leading to a stone bridge over a crevice. Beyond the bridge stands a watchtower surrounded by a crumbling stone wall. In the small courtyard inside the wall, you discover the single wagon you had been tracking. It is low to the ground and covered with a thick, flame-resistant tarp. You dismount and approach the covered wagon. As you're about to take a peek under the tarp, a voice calls out to you. "Who goes there?" A soldier, a human woman in the red and white livery of the Belmont family of Rostam County, stands in the tower's doorway holding a spear. "What's up, Strike Ninja?" You explain that you've come from Dragonholt, having seen the smoke and heard that a dragon was seen in the area. As you speak, the soldier watches the sky anxiously. "Right. You'd better come inside quickly. We barely managed to escape. The dragon might find us at any moment." You follow the woman inside and find yourself in the company of 4 soldiers in Belmont livery, a timid human man in fine clothes, and their 5 horses. An air of anxiety and fear is heavy in the cramped tower room, and the horses are restless. "I'm Lieutenant Bentley," says one of the soldiers, a human man with a grizzled beard and an eye patch. "We're grateful you've come, but what purpose could you have for approaching a dragon?" he asks, his one eye studying you intently. You take a moment to consider the question. Bentley's 3 remaining soldiers, the human woman you met earlier, an orc man, and a dwarf woman, all seem on edge, perhaps more so due to your presence than the fact that they were attacked by a dragon. The other man, the human in fine clothes, sits near his horse, nervously clutching a satchel. He's clearly not a soldier, perhaps a merchant. Alright, chat, so now what we have to ask is 3 choices, okay? Came to help any survivors. You can just tell me this in chat. Came to help any survivors. What brings Rostam soldiers to Dragonholt County? Or why would the dragon attack your caravan? So, came to help any survivors. What brings Rostam soldiers to Dragonholt County? Or why would the dragon attack your caravan? CQ says why. There you go, Raka. Prince Justin says why. Echo says pass. Okay, why? Help. Okay, so we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 whys and 1 help. 5 whys, 1 help. 6 whys and 1 help. Seven whys and 1 help. 7 whys, 2 helps. Looks like a lot of people are in favor of Y. Okay, I'm going to put a last call on this. 8 whys, 2 help. 8 whys, 2 help. Going once. 8 whys, 2 help. Going twice. Alright, you're going to ask why. The merchant looks nervously between you and Lieutenant Bentley. I can't say I know, says the lieutenant. What reason does a bloodthirsty beast have to attack and kill anyone? It's in their nature to be destructive, is it not? You inquire if they did anything to provoke the dragon. The frail merchant tightens his grip on his satchel, which you see bulges from its contents. Oh, come on, this dude is dirty, man. This dude is dirty as hell. If story point G8 is marked, story point G8 is marked because we found the debris that the dragon was looking for something. Read entry 6102. The pieces begin to fall into place. The evidence of the dragon searching the caravan, the number of armed soldiers accompanying a merchant caravan, the nervous attitude of the merchant, and the bulging satchel held with the utmost care. You stole something from the dragon, you mutter. Lieutenant Bentley and his 3 soldiers draw their weapons and the merchant shrinks behind them. It's time you moved along, growls Bentley. Oh, snap! You took something from the dragon, didn't you? And now you don't want to give it up. Really? Interesting. Okay. Suddenly, something huge strikes the side of the watchtower, causing the walls and ceiling to shake. It's the beginning of Skyrim. No. A deafening roar sounds from outside, and a massive clawed hand smashes through the wooden ceiling, slashing through the air overhead. Olga to the ballista, calls the lieutenant. Kevin, stay inside and stay low. The rest of you with me. With that, he charges out of the tower, followed by his soldiers and you behind them. Clinging to the side of the tower is a creature of overwhelming stature with luminescent red scales, each the width and length of a human hand. The monster stands on its hind legs, 2 stories tall, with great leathery wings and a tail just as long as its body that whips from side to side. The creature blindly reaches in through the hole it has created in the roof. As of yet, it has not noticed that you and the soldiers have poured out into the courtyard. The dwarf woman hustles over to the covered wagon and throws off the heavy tarp to reveal a military ballista mounted on a flatbed wagon. She immediately sets to work arming the device. Keep it distracted, shouts Bentley. Then he and the 2 remaining soldiers pull heavy crossbows from their backs and form a rhythm of firing bolts at the great lizard and reloading. Alright chat, so we have 3 options here. Choice number 1 is to take aim and fire. We do have archery, but, you know, we're firing at a dragon. 2, assist the dwarf with the ballista. Or 3, swat at the creature's tail and hind legs. So you can tell me this in chat. Take aim and fire, assist the dwarf with the ballista, or swat at the creature's tail and hind legs. There are 2 other choices, but they require us to have a frost rune, or to have the rune skill, and we don't have the rune skill. So we are out of luck. There. Leave the dragon alone and attack the merchant. It's not giving us an option. The dragon seems to be trying to attack us too at the moment, so. Okay, we've got assist, we've got swat, because tail. We've got assist, tails, that's swat. Assist, swat. 1 for assist, 1 for swat. 2 assist, 1 for swat. Fire at Alduin. Right. So, 2 assist, 1 fire, 1 swat. 2 assist, 1 fire, 2 swat. 3 assist, so basically 3 assist, 2 swat, 1 fire. 4 assist, 2 swat, 1 fire. 4 assist, 3 swat, and 1 fire. 4 assist, 3 swat, 1 fire. Yeah, there's no choice yet. We do not have a choice option yet. And we didn't miss anything, so we haven't missed any. We may get that chance later on. So 4 assist, 3 swat, 1 fire. I would also point out that we would like to survive this encounter. I mean, I understand we want to be nice to the dragon and all, but we also would like to survive ourselves. 4 assist, 3 swat, 1 fire. Set fire to surrounding air in a sigil. Absorb the dragon soul. Fus Rodad, right? Fus Rodad. 4 assist, 3 swat, 1 fire. Going once. 4 assist, 3 swat, One fire going twice. Assist it is. All right, we're going to assist the dwarf with the ballista. Okay. You rush to the dwarf's side and quickly scan the war machine in front of you. Well, don't just stand there, hisses the dwarf. Help me crank this. If you have craftsmanship or military. Well, guess who doesn't have either? Otherwise, read entry 9682. You move around to the other side of the machine and watch the dwarf for a moment, unsure how to help. You see that she's pulling a lever that turns a wheel and draws back the string. You take hold of another lever and pull. No, shouts the dwarf too late. The string releases with a loud twang. Luckily, no bolt had yet been loaded to mistakenly skewer one of the other soldiers. The sound, however, has drawn the attention of the dragon. Well, great. Read entry 1415. Okay. The dragon leaps down from the tower wall to land in the courtyard, causing the ground and walls to shake. A fiery light swells in the creature's throat. The rumble of its growl vibrates in your chest, and you feel the heat of its furnace blast breath. Lieutenant Bentley and his soldiers draw back from the beast. Then you hear a whinny and the beating of hooves on the stone bridge. You look to see the frail merchant frantically riding away, still tightly clutching his satchel. You cowardly piece of crap! The dragon roars and snaps its jaws at the fleeing merchant, then beats its leathery wings, kicking up a whirlwind and lifting itself into the air to follow after the panicked rider. Fire! Calls Lieutenant Bentley from behind you. You turn to look over your shoulder at the ballista just in time to see the dwarf soldier let her missile fly. The bolt slices through the air and passes within a hair's breadth of your head, but the soldier knew what she was doing. The steel shaft slides harmlessly past you and horribly into the dragon. It tears a ragged hole through the monster's leathery wing and sinks into its ribcage with a thick, meaty thunk. The beast howls and falters, crashing down among the trees. Mark 6 progress. Okay, there's 18 progress. That's a good start. 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Without so much as stopping to nurse its wound, the dragon bounds after the merchant on foot. You are on your mount in an instant, galloping after the dragon. Soon you break out of the woods and see the dragon bounding across the rocky prairie. Farther ahead is the merchant, riding as quickly as his horse will carry him. Well, whoever we're going to back, we got to catch up to both of them regardless. So, time passes, so we mark 1 here. I bet this is going to be a deal, chat, where we have to get through all of the progress before all time passes, I'll bet. Blah, blah, blah. The roar of blood pounding in your veins matches the thunder of hooves beneath your mount. In the distance, you see the thatched roofs and wooden walls of the village of Evesmoor, and each second that passes brings the dragon closer to destroying them all. If story point D4 is marked, it is not. If story point K6 is marked, it is not. So, we read entry 1878. Your spirits rise with each desperate snap of the dragon's jaws. It is wounded and enraged. You think you might be able to press your advantage to force the dragon into making a mistake. Okay, so we could, now again, here's where we have to think, chat, about our particular ability from Harriet, okay? So we need to think about what she's got in terms of skills. So here are the choices that are options. One of them requires brawling and runes. We don't have runes, so we can't do that. Another one requires agility or thievery, and unfortunately, because of this stupid lodestone, we don't have agility, so we can't do that. So we have a choice of 2 options. Keep the battle conventional and personal, so that means up close, basically melee, or press the beast with a volley of ranged attacks. Now, we do have archery. So we have archery and we have brawling. I don't know if you want to brawl with a dragon, but... So I'm going to open this up. So choice 1 is keep the battle conventional and personal, which again I think is up close and personal, melee. Or press the beast with a volley of ranged attacks. So choice 1 is up close, choice 2 is from a distance. What's up, Big Tiger Man? It's in the same ballpark though, Big Tiger Man. It's basically the same idea. Legacy of Dragonholt is the name of this game. And looks like that. Fantasy Flight came out about 3 years ago, I think, 2018. And it's been a lot of fun. Very skill-based, a lot of choose-your-own-adventure-ish. So... that lodestone thing is driving me nuts, man. All right, I'm going to last call this. So choice 1 is up close and personal. Choice 2 is from a distance. Yeah, I'd like to give the merchant the freaking lodestone. You got that right. That bastard. Like, forget about, for a moment, right? Forget about, you know, whether or not we want to back the dragon or the merchant. It's just stupid, right? Like, it's just objectively dumb that the merchant's like, I know, I'll steal something from the dragon. Like, it just... how many stories do you need to hear about not stealing from a dragon? Like, really? Okay. Yeah, exactly, Tripped. That's a good call. Oh, the dragon egg? Yeah, it could very well be that. All right. So, yes, we are going to attack with range is what Chad has decided. I think that is a wise decision. 29:35. You maneuver with the dragon on the road. When the dragon attempts to break away, you follow, but when the dragon attempts to close, you flee. You ready your weapon and take aim. If you have archery, and we do. Read 70:38. As you continue to maneuver around the dragon, you draw back your bow and loose arrow after arrow. Some glance off the creature's hide, but others puncture its wings or strike too close to its eyes for it not to take your harassment seriously. The dragon snaps its jaws at you, but you loose a shaft into the creature's maw that sends it reeling back and choking. A follow-up strikes the dragon's softer underbelly, puncturing the scales and sinking into the flesh. The beast roars and the air ignites into flame that forces you to retreat. Mark 2 progress. That's good news. Lose 4 stamina. That's less good news. And read entry 7682. But we have a healing potion. We have 2 healing potions that we can use on this if we need to. So remember, we've got that in the bank that we'll be able to use. Okay. Oh, really? Is it a little bit like Iron Swarm? I've never played that. I just watched a little bit of it being played a while ago, Prince Justin. The battle rages, and blood, sweat, and cinder spread across the prairie. The dragon bounds through the fields, barking bursts of flame at the fleeing merchant, drawing ever closer to Eve's Moor. Okay, if 18 progress has been marked, well, it hasn't. We only have 8. If 6 or more time has passed, okay, 6 or more time has not passed. Otherwise, time passes. Okay, so 2 time has passed and 8 progress has been made. So now we read entry 5858. All right, you ride your mount feverishly along the road, keeping pace with the bounding dragon. Whenever it releases a burst of flame, its pace slows momentarily, and you slowly begin to close the distance despite your mount's obvious fatigue. All right, so our choices are, we could press your mount forward as quickly as possible. We could fire upon the dragon from afar, or it says soothe your mount with an alchemical mixture, but we need alchemy, which we don't have. So we either press our mount forward or we fire away again. I mean, the last time we fired, we hit it. So again, I don't think we should be in melee with this guy, but I'm going to open up another open poll. So 1 is we press our mount forward. There's also a risk that we might lose our horse. Or 2, that we fire upon the dragon from a distance. So vote 1, that's for close up. Vote 2 is fire from a distance. Absolutely, those are the Lone Wolf books, Big Tiger Man. Not only, it's funny you mentioned that, because not only do I have a bunch of the Lone Wolf books, and we've played Lone Wolf on this stream, illustrated, and I've played Lone Wolf Adventures, and I've met Joe Deaver, but I also have right down there the Lone Wolf game, which I'd love to play sometime, actually, which came out from Cubicle 7, and Cubicle 7 is now getting out of, they've no longer running, they no longer have the license, I guess, for Lone Wolf. So yeah, it was Lone Wolf. Very good series. Very, very good series. Yeah, they are very good. Actually, if you get, there's a thing called I think it's 7th season. Joe Deaver allowed all of those books to be used in this digital version that you can get online for free. Joe Deaver allowed you to do that. I forget where you find it. It's Project Aeon, I think, Aeon. And if you do a search, you can find it in Google. It's pretty cool. That's what I've used to play before when we do our game book illustration streams on here. Okay, last call. All right, and all right, there we go. So we are firing upon the dragon from afar. 76-26. Allowing your mount a respite from a forced sprint. You draw your crossbow from your hip, wind back the string, and load the device. Perhaps a few well-aimed shots can distract the dragon from its furious chase. If you have archery, and again, we do have archery. Archery is the MVP skill so far. It's the MVS, most valuable skill. Okay. 35-13. You take careful aim and pull the trigger. The bolt strikes true, piercing through the scales on the dragon's flank. You guide your mount with your legs as you ready a second shot. You aim and fire, this time planting a shaft in the base of a wing. Mark 1 progress. Okay, so we're halfway there, chat. 9 progress. We need to get to 18. The dragon snorts and growls, turning and skidding to a stop in your direct path, its jaws and talons ready to end your bothersome assault. Your mount rears up in panic, causing your face to collide with the back of its head. You lose 3 stamina. Alright, so we're down to 7. So now, chat, my question is... Oh, well, I'm turning 49 next month, Big Ty, so I'm right there with you. Okay, we have 2 healing potions, chat. This heals half of our maximum stamina, and we are down exactly half of our maximum stamina. So, just tell me, should we use one of the 2 healing potions here? I'm guessing, right? Is that... Just tell me in chat quickly, is that a yes or a no? Yes, use it? We have 2 of them, so... I actually am really enjoying this, by the way. This quest is cool. This is really neat. It's not just a dungeon crawl, you know? It's like all this stuff about how do you stop a dragon. Okay, so we get yes, 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 and 1 no. 5 yeses, 1 no. 5 yeses and 1 no. Okay. Going once. 5 yeses and 1 no going twice. Alright. We have taken 1. We have 1 healing potion left. But we are back up to 14 stamina. Okay, what was that? That was 35-13. Okay. And read entry 85-40. You find yourself uncomfortably close to the dragon now. Oh, great. Behind it, you can see the Rostam merchant fleeing along the road toward Evesmoor. At least the dragon isn't charging toward the innocent villagers if it's focused on you. Okay, if 18 progress has been marked, it is not. We only have 9. If 6 or more time has passed, it is not. Otherwise, time passes. See, this is going to be close. 3 time has passed and 9 progress, but we still have 9 to get. All right, read entry 63-47. Well, but the idea, though, Configuration Queen, is we're down the exact amount that the potion cures. So it's like, why wait? You know what I mean? Like, we're down the exact amount and we have another one. So, okay, 63-47. Fetid brown teeth twice the length of your hand snap together just overhead as you desperately duck beneath a fatal bite. You dodge backward and 4 razor-sharp claws slice through the air a hair's breadth from your face and neck. All right, now it gives us 2 choices here. Now, very important, chat, to look at our skills. We do normally have agility, but we don't now because of the stupid lodestone. But we have awareness, we have stealth, we have athletics, we have survival, archery, brawling, persuasion, and streetwise. So our choices are to climb onto the dragon's back and attack, or to nimbly dodge and search out weak points. Here's the only thing I would volunteer. Right now, normally I would say to nimbly dodge, but we don't have agility because we have a lodestone. So maybe it makes more sense then, because of our athletics, to climb onto the dragon's back. I'll let you all decide what you want to do with that. But these are our choices here. So you either, choice 1 is you climb onto the dragon's back and attack. Choice 2 is that you are going to dodge and search out weak points. So you got to think about the skills that we have and what Harriet is. Harriet's reckless, almost manic, etc. We should feed the lodestone to the dragon. That's what we should do. I hear some Ghosts of Saltmark theme music. This music, of course, brought to you by Green Forge Studios. All right, and the last call this. Climb and pet him. Yeah, well, look. We don't like the merchant either, but, you know, the dragon killing a bunch of innocent villagers in Evesmoor is no good either. Alright, we're going to climb onto the dragon's back and attack. Here we go, chat. You wait until the dragon telegraphs a snapping bite, dodge to the side, and scramble onto its outstretched neck. You swing onto its back as though it were wearing a saddle and tightly grab hold of one of its spines. The beast immediately begins to buck and writhe, desperate to throw you off. If you have athletics or endurance, hell yes we have athletics. Yes, we do. Read entry 6115. The dragon moves erratically beneath you, but your grip is solid and your legs are clamped on tight. You draw your spear and stab it repeatedly into the dragon's head and neck. If you have brawling or military, we do have brawling. We have brawling. Get hyped. We have brawling. Again and again, your spear point finds gaps in the dragon's armor, sinking between scales and into soft flesh. Soon blood is pooling up from the wounds, bubbling and boiling hot. The beast howls in pain and rage and flaps its wings hard enough to splatter you with boiling blood and shake you loose. Mark 3 progress. I like the sound of that. 6 to go. You lose 3 stamina. I don't like the sound of that. And read entry 3011. Yeah, I know, Triffid, I know. Okay. Monstrous eyes, each the width of a buckler, glare at you, filled with hate and fury. In that moment, you can imagine exactly how a rabbit feels as it looks up to find an eagle about to strike. If 18 progress has been marked, it is not. If 6 or more time has passed, it is not. Otherwise, time passes. All right. This is going to be close, people. So we're halfway through the time available. We have only 8 time and we've used 4 of it. But we are more than halfway with progress. We've got 12 and we've got 3 left to get it. So read entry 7825. Okay. The dragon releases a terrifying roar which rumbles in your chest and begins a dead charge in your direction. With each breath, embers drift from its nostrils and reflect menacingly in its eyes. It is only then, as the creature's glare bores into you, that you realize you've truly angered it. So, 2 choices here. We can check the dragon's aggressive charge from range, or brace for its charge and continue the fight in close combat. Not butler, buckler. The width of a buckler. So, this is a tough one, chat. I don't know. On the one hand, I'm like, listen, we got to be shooting arrows at it rather than coming up close. But then on the other hand, I mean, if it asks for agility, then we're going to be in trouble. So I'm going to put this open, I don't know. So choice 1 is try to attack it from range. So it's charging at us. We try to take it down from range. Choice 2 is brace and continue the fight in close combat. I mean, we don't have endurance, and we do have athletics, but we don't have endurance. So I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what to say here. I see Chad isn't sure either. All right, we got a tie vote here, people. Got a tie vote. Yeah, that's the thing. I don't know, but see, that's the thing, right? Technically, agility would be a strength. I mean, we do have brawling, but we don't have military. So the athletics brawling thing worked last time. I don't know. I don't know. This is very tough. I would say if we had agility, if we actually had agility available to us, then I would say that it would be staying at range just always makes more sense because of the archery. But without agility, it means it's almost to me even up between the two of them because we do have brawling, but we don't have military, and we have survival. So anyway, so we got a tie here. I'm gonna last call this, but we do need someone to break this tie. You had to mute? What do you mean, Crit Twitch? Is the music too loud? Did I put the music up too loud? I mean, it's not louder than it was for me, but is it okay or is it too loud? Okay. Because it's slightly too loud? There you go. That might be a little better. Okay, I cut it back down. So the options are check the dragon's aggressive charge from range, or brace for the charge and continue the fight in close combat. Those are the two choices. And I really could go either way on this. I don't know. I mean, we do have archery, and archery has been clutch here. But if it tries to do agility, we're screwed. But if it closes in on us, we have brawling, but we don't have military. And we don't have dueling, so I don't know. All right, last call, last call. Once, going twice. All right, here we go. Brace for the charge. Cross your fingers, everybody. I don't know about this one either way. 5671. Yeah. You take up your spear and lift its point toward the approaching dragon. The beast launches toward you with the power of a catapult shot, and you kick your mount into motion. If you have military or willpower. We don't. Otherwise, read entry 8517. That's not going to be good. 8517. Shaken by the ferocity of the dragon's charge, you strike blindly as the beast lunges, but your spear point is turned aside by the dragon's armored scales. The great lizard moves faster than you had anticipated, and a clawed swing sends you sailing from your mount to a heap on the ground. You lose 6 stamina. We may have to use that other healing potion, Chad. You roll to your feet and keep low, using the tall crops as cover to move toward your panicked mount. The dragon rears up and scans the area, but you notices you only as you manage to climb back into the saddle. The creature spins away, sweeping a massive spiked tail in your direction. If you have agility or survival, thank God we do have survival. So 5227. At least we have survival. You manage to maneuver your mount away from the assault, ducking the dragon's spiked tail. Then you ride hard and fast back toward the road, distancing yourself from the beast. That sucks. Yeah, we can't hang with it too close like that. We don't have the ability to. We got to take this from range. Okay, chat, we are down to 5 points. We're down to 5 health. And that's out of 14. Do you want to use our last healing potion? Because we could get hit and just be TPK'd right there. So I feel like we probably have to use that, but what do you think, chat? Yes or no on that last healing potion? Save it for death? What are we saving it for? It's true, Triffin. Because we're at 5 health now. This is only going to restore us to 12 as it is. It's not even going to get us all the way. You got one more hit in you. The last hit did 6 stamina. There'll always be something after. Well, could be, yes. Alright, sounds like chat is voting in favor of the healing potion. I am also in favor of this because that dragon... What I'm more worried about is the time frame that we lost time on that. And it was pretty close as it was. Alright, so we are now back up to 12. And, okay, so it was 52.27. What was that now? 52.27. Okay, 47.70, right. Alright. There is a furious exasperation in the dragon's howls. Its focus is split between its true target, the fleeing merchant, and you, who are clearly so bothersome that it cannot ignore you. If 18 progress has been marked, it is not. 6 or more time has passed, it is not. Otherwise, time passes. We are running out of time, people. We have got to take this thing down. Read entry 7163. Okay. The 7163. Okay. The dragon swivels its snake-like head and pins you with a burning gaze. Its chest and throat swell with a red-hot glow, and embers and smoke drift from the beast's nostrils. The creature's massive claws sink into the soil as it opens its maw to release a deadly roar. Alright, 2 choices, chat. We can either dive behind cover and wait out the firestorm, or charge through the flames and hurl a spear into its maw. So what's it going to be, chat? Choice 1 is dive behind cover and wait out the firestorm. Choice 2 is charge through the flames and hurl a spear into its maw. All these people playing it safe. Yeah, I mean, it's sort of like, it is what I would do in like real life, but I am worried because we're running low on time. I mean, that thing with the whole, what we just did with the close combat is kind of a killer. So freaking close, which I guess makes sense. We are trying to 1v1 a dragon after all. Like, this is not Dragon's Dogma. Alright, it looks like chat is pretty definitive about this. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, charging into the middle of a flame. Well, not game over, but Evesmore, which is the village we're trying to protect, if the dragon gets to the village before we stop it, the village is probably done. So, it's not necessarily that the game isn't over, but it would affect, how things work. So, alright, Chad is in favor of diving behind cover, and I think that's probably the smartest thing to do, even though I'm worried about time. So, the time, left in the quest. Alright. Boy, deception did not work out as the skill that we picked, as it turned out. You can scarcely hear the monster howl over the roar of its breath igniting into flame. It spits the fire accurately and continuously. A relentless barrage of death you can do nothing to stop. You lose 3 stamina. Alright, could be worse. You guide your mount behind a large standing boulder which begins to grow hot to the touch. Tendrils of fire constantly lick their way around and singe your hair and clothing. Your eyes dart around the prairie as you desperately look for a way to escape. If you have awareness, thank goodness we do have awareness. We do. So, 12, 13. Again and again, I know, right, CQ? Again and again you hear the dragon's breath swell, a distinct popping and the roar of the air igniting into flames that batter your hiding spot. The pattern forms in your mind. You steady your mount, ready to make your move. You hear the popping once more and anticipate the wave of flame that follows. You kick your mount into action, riding first away from your now glowing hiding place, then around the monster, just out of reach of the fiery breath. The dragon snaps its jaws and breaks into a run, bounding through the fields towards Evesmore in parallel with you. Okay, that's good, I guess. 94, 96. Okay. You and the dragon race over the rolling hills of the prairie. All the while, the wooden buildings and thatched roofs of Evesmore growing closer. All right, 18 progress marked, no. 6 or more time has passed, no. But time passes, so as of the next entry, 6 or more time will have passed, which is not great. So, read entry 5178. You got to take this thing down. Whenever you draw closer to the dragon, it bounds away over a hill or through the crops. With the rolling hills, leading your mount off the road and through the fields would prove unwise. As the road winds around hills, the dragon slowly begins to pull away from you. For now, you'll have to attempt to slow the dragon from afar. Okay, so hinder the creature with glimmer dust. That requires alchemy. We don't have that. Unbalance the beast with runic magic. Requires runes. We don't have that. So we can either fire upon the dragon with our crossbow or press your mount forward to keep pace. I don't know whether the mount keeping pace is going to get the job done. So, but in any case, fire upon the dragon with your crossbow. That's option 1. And option 2 is to press your mount forward to keep pace. So go ahead and get that vote in. Those are the 2 options that we have. Yeah, the mount is in big trouble. Alright, I'm going to last call this. Looks like people are in agreement that we need to hit this thing from a distance. I agree with this. I don't know if we're going to do enough damage to it, though. I don't know if we're going to do enough. It sucks. Like, we've done a lot of good progress on it, but... Okay. So, there we go. We're going to fire upon the dragon with our crossbow. Here is hoping we hit it with everything we got. Alright. Read entry 9015. You ready your crossbow and fire, sending a bolt that pierces through the thinner membrane of the dragon's tattered wing. The creature doesn't seem to have even noticed. You load your crossbow in preparation for another shot. If you have archery, or empathy, we do have archery. Then read 9430. You notice a patch of hide on the dragon's neck that is not protected by the hard spikes and horns that armor its back and head. You take careful aim and pull the trigger. Your bolt finds its mark, but the hide is thicker than you expected. The dragon angrily kicks up soil and crops in your direction, showering you in dirt and vegetation. Mark 1 progress. That's not going to be enough. Lose 3 stamina. Down to 6. Read entry 1877. Not looking good for the home team, people. The dragon scampers through the fields beside the road, climbing over boulders and leaping shallow irrigation ditches on its path towards the fleeing merchant ahead of you. 18 progress has been marked. Nope. 13. 6 or more time has passed. Unfortunately, time has passed. You press forward once more, but the dragon swings its heavy spiked tail, which catches your mount full in the side, swatting it out from under you and possibly breaking your leg in the process. You struggle to your feet and see that your mount lies battered and broken at the side of the road. Oh man, we lost the horse! You lose 4 stamina. You make a final desperate gambit toward the dragon, but it's able to use its torn wing to bound out of your reach. With your mount gone and your leg injured, you have no chance of stopping it. Damn it. You do try, with all your heart, with all your might, you do try, but there is no chance of reaching Evesmore in time. You watch in horror as the dragon reaches the village and begins lighting wooden walls and thatched straw roofs with furious abandon. The carnage stretches on before the dragon finally uncovers the rostrum merchant who had hoped to hide in a wooden shack. The giant lizard snaps its jaws shut around the man's legs, yanking him from his hiding spot and into the air. His preciously guarded satchel drops to the ground. You cannot bear to watch what happens to the man next. When the dragon's rage is spent, it carefully noses the satchel open to reveal a giant egg, glistening black with marbled red veins that seem to glow with molten heat. The dragon gently lifts the egg in its maw and bounds away from Evesmore toward the north, leaving you and the village behind without a second glance. Mark story point U1. The quest is complete. Read entry 4311 in the Dragonholt Village book. Well, great. The freaking lodestone took away agility from us, and until we can get rid of the lodestone, we don't have that. So, yeah. That's blah. Oh, man. There was no margin for error there, chat. I mean, there wasn't really much we could do. We were doing well to begin with, but then that one that we missed was a killer, and we just needed to do more damage. I mean, we just... Yeah, it just took away our agility. Alright, well, let's see what the aftermath of all this is. The trek back to Dragonholt is solemn, made even grimmer as you come across Braxton and Rochelle on the road, shepherding a column of refugees. I'm glad the dragon killed that bastard, mutters Rochelle when you tell them your tale. Chased by a dragon so he leads the beast straight to the closest village? I'd kill him myself. At least the evacuation seems to have worked, says Braxton. I don't believe anyone else died. With the dragon gone, Rochelle leads a group of volunteers back to the village to battle the flames and save as much as they can. Battered and sore, you return to Dragonholt. At least the heat of the day has broken somewhat. Alright, so, mark 1 progress in heroism. That's good. Mark 1 progress in combat training. We already have that. 2 progress in physical training. That's good. 2 time passes. And this encounter is complete. That was a fun quest. It's just sucky that that happened. Alright, well I want to finish day 6 before we wrap today. So now we're back here, chat. But what I'm thinking is we've got to get healed. I mean, we've got to figure out how to get rid of this lodestone. And we've got 2 stamina. We have got to get us some stamina. So it's the afternoon. And we have lots of different potential options. We could go to the bakery and try to pick up some stamina there. We could try to go back to the Swan and get some lunch, or maybe like the Drunken Hog. We could, Market Street's not going to have anything going on right now. We could go to the orchard and get like an apple and eat some stuff there. Or maybe go to, I don't know, the village hall. I mean, like, or we could go to the Fairfax Manor and we could report what just happened. We could do that as well. So we have all kinds of options. So I will open it up. Where do people want to go? These are the choices that you see in front of you. We do need whiskey. Well, the Chatty Archer is the tavern, but that's not going to open until evening, which is like evening is after we have a couple more marks off the afternoon. So, yeah. It is a lot of option strike. That's why I didn't want to keep... that's why I was doing all the other stuff with the polling, because I didn't want to rewrite all of these. Yeah, it's $ vote. Can I vote DM's choice? I appreciate that, but no, I don't take DM's choice in these. For this one, I try to, you know, I try to let chat make the call. Man, it was funny. You know, that was a lot of fun. Even though we lost that quest, I have to say, that did feel what it would be like if you're chasing down a dragon. Like, let's be real. The chances of us doing this are very slim. So, I mean, of doing that was very slim. We did pretty well under the circumstances. We just had that one situation that didn't work out. But, I mean, you know, it felt very realistic to me. Eastern Road? We just got back from Eastern Road. Yeah, exactly. I mean, we you know, we were almost there. Oh, no problem, Big Tiger Man. Hey, listen, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Don't be a stranger. We do a lot of D&D on here. We do a lot of tabletop campaigns. We do 7 campaigns that we host over here and over on GOG, where I stream as well. So, yeah, don't be a stranger. Thanks for participating. That's true. We did survive. Barely. We barely survived, but we did survive. Well, yeah, that's true. That's true. We didn't get like XP, but we got the progress and heroism and all that stuff. Okay. I'm going to last call this. It looks like we are headed to Fairfax Manor. Hopefully it should be like, oh, you look terrible. Gives you a poultice. You restore all health. That's what I'm hoping for. Also, take 3 XP. And look, you did kill the dragon after all. Take everything, Okay, so Fairfax Manor it is. So that is 1,400. Okay, the manor house is a sprawling structure of gray stone. Its facade covered with dark green ivy. East wing of the manor is older than the rest. Its tall, narrow windows doubling as arrow slits, and its roof marked by crenellations. An arching stair leads to the main door on the ground floor. If 4 or less time has passed today, and it has, then we go to day 6. The house seems quieter than usual, but the serving girl Matilda greets you promptly at the door. Her ladyship's away, she says, but Miss Celise is in the salon if you'd like to join her. Now, Celise is the friend who asked us to come to Dragonholt in the first place. She's the former tutor of the Fairfaxes. She's the one who sort of began to unmask this conspiracy. That's who this is. So, I'm going to open up a poll here. So, if you join Celise in the salon, vote 1. If we leave, then that's vote 2. So, 1 to join in the salon, 2 to leave. Yeah, maybe they'll give us a BLT. Yeah. Easy come, easy go on those healing potions. We desperately needed those healing potions. Alright, we're going to last call this. Sounds like people want to join Celise. Alright. Alright, 9864. The salon's windows have been thrown open in an attempt to minimize the heat of the day. Celise sprawls in a large, overstuffed chair with a book open on her lap. As you watch, she turns the page. She doesn't appear to have noticed your presence. If story point J1 is marked, it is not. So, read entry 9459. You sit down across from Celise as she continues to read. Blessedly, you find that your chair is positioned in a crossbreeze between 2 windows, and you quietly enjoy that fact for a few minutes as Celise turns another page. Eventually, Matilda appears with a tea service and oatcakes. "Thank you, Matilda," says Celise. "That will be all." She sets her book aside and pours. "What brings you to the manor today?" "Well, I was fighting a dragon." 9:30. Celise sips her tea before setting it down with a gentle clink. You take a moment to eat one of the flaky biscuits and drink some tea. A calming silence that you've come to associate with spending time with Celise falls over the salon. All right, here's 4 choices here. 4 choices. Choice 1, what were you reading? Choice number 2, are dragon attacks common in Dragonholt? Choice number 3, you never did say why you retired from adventuring? Or choice number 4, I have other matters to attend to, in which case time passes and we leave. So you could just tell me this in chat. What were you reading? Are dragon attacks common in Dragonholt? You never did say why you retired from adventuring, or I have other matters to attend to. What's it going to be? Okay, got one for what were you reading? Reading. Reading, reading, reading. Three readings. Okay. Reading, reading, reading. Why did you retire? That could take a while. Reading, 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 retire. But I used to be an adventurer, like, exactly. All right, it looks like going once, going twice. Looks like we are moving in the reading direction. Reading Rainbow. Okay, what were you reading? I was reading up on the local nobility, says Celeste, running one slim finger over the leather cover of her book. There are 3 important families in the area. The Fairfaxes, of course, but also the Belmonts of Rostam and the Cunninghams of Haverford. The families have been allied politically and militarily for over 100 years, according to what I've read. Why, Regina's father's wife was a Belmont, and even her steward Timothy is a Cunningham by blood. Distantly, it must be said. She takes up her teacup once more and takes another sip. I feel certain that understanding the families will help illuminate Kyric's threat to the Fairfax family. For those of you who don't know, Kiric is the brother of Lady Regina, who thinks that he should be the leader of Dragonholt. So we could ask, what have you learned about the Cunninghams, or what can you tell me about the Belmonts? And I'm going to open up a simple one or the other poll. If you want to vote 1, that's what have you learned about the Cunninghams. If you want to vote 2, that's what can you tell me about the Belmonts. So yeah, vote 1 for about the Cunninghams, vote 2 for the Belmonts. This is the music that we use for Talisman Adventures. Good stuff. Anyone? Is this one of those ones where everyone's like miscellaneous, like nobody really knows? Yeah, the voters are undecided. Well, one or the other, folks. Belmonts or Cunninghams here. Vote 1 or vote 2. Give me a vote. All right, the Cunninghams. Okay. Yeah, I mean, listen. Who wants to know what? Not like we know any famous Belmonts, am I right? I mean, like, what? Alright. So I'm going to last call this because seems clear that the chat was not really wide, didn't care that much about who we ask about first, so. Okay. So, the Cunninghams' arms are azure, a chevron or between towers sable. Ah, that would be blue with a gold chevron dividing 2 black or gray towers. They're the lords of Haverford to the south. The Cunninghams have never been as powerful militarily as the Belmonts, nor as wealthy as the Fairfaxes. Did you know that the Fairfaxes are considered rich by the standards of the region? It's true, you have to go all the way to Highcrest to find a larger town and market. In any case, the Cunninghams have 2 manor halls on their lands, one for living in and the other to store all their strange curiosities and obsessions. An elder Cunningham built a telescope there and kept a library and star charts. The one after that fancied himself a sculptor, and eventually the place became so full of clutter it was just unlivable. I believe Count Osric now calls it his museum as he crams it full of curious animal specimens. Celeste shakes her head. I admire their dedication to learning, but it does seem that they at times neglect the business of ruling. Lord Osric married a merchant's daughter from Highcrest, at least partially so her dowry could pay off his county's debts. The good news is that the woman, Countess Elena, seems to have inherited her mother's good sense, and she does most of the day-to-day running of the county now. Okay, so now it gives us the option to ask about the Belmonts. So are we cool with that? Are we cool about asking about the other family? I assume that's okay, but I wanted to double check. Cool to ask about the Belmonts? When not fighting Alucard. Okay. 5674. The Belmont arms are jewels, a rose proper argent. Sorry, a white rose on a red field. And they're the lords of Rostam County to the east. They celebrate a near mythical character they call the Rose Knight as the founder of their house, calling him the flower of chivalry, whatever that means. Celeste rolls her eyes as she stirs her tea. Throughout the generations, they produced a number of fine warriors and generals, and knights, of course. Many have earned great fame on the battlefield in far-off lands, and one even served as a marshal of the citadel not long ago. She sips her tea and turns to glance out the window as if to see the Belmont lands in the distance. In recent generations, their fortunes have fallen somewhat. Their treasury has been unable to maintain the garrisons and fortifications they desire, and so Lord Leon has been raising taxes to compensate, with predictable results given that travel is not restricted and the 2 neighboring counties are prosperous and have lower taxes. His populace is moving away. I don't imagine he's pleased about that. She sets her tea back down. Kirik's mother was a Belmont, as it happens. Lord Leon's aunt, Mabel. I wonder if the Belmonts are the problem here, then. It sounds like they may be the issue. In any case, okay, those were both of those. Celeste sips her tea before... Okay, we already talked about that. So, now we're back to... We already talked about what were you reading. Ah, yes. Yes, Echo, for sure. Okay, are dragons attack... So this is what we have left to ask her. Are dragons attack common in Dragonholt? You never did say why you retired from adventuring, or I have other matters to attend to. Which of those 3 options would you like, chat? What were you reading? Or sorry, dragon attacks common in Dragonholt. You never did say why you retired from adventuring, or I have other matters to attend to. Those are your 3 choices. As I check the weather. Okay. Let's see. Wow, it looks like there's significant flooding in Williamsburg already. Because of the storm surge, I assume. This looks like it's heading further east, though. Yeah. Interesting. Okay. All right, so let's see. Dragon, why she quit adventuring, or retirement for adventuring. Okay, so we have one dragon, and we have two questions about why did you retire. One for dragon, two about why did you retire. Anyone else? Anybody else? Retirement? Okay. So it looks like we're moving in the direction of retirement. Going once, going twice. Not us, but actually asking. Okay. 5601. Well, after barely surviving Nericall, and thank you for that, by the way, you cannot tell from her tone if Celise is thanking you for saving her life, you did, or thanking you for putting it in danger in the first place, you did that too. I decided that there was a lot I wanted to do before I die, and perhaps I should look for a less dangerous line of work. I've always enjoyed learning, and lately I've been fascinated by human culture and history. It just moves so fast and yet never changes. She takes another sip of tea and gestures at the manor house around her. So, here I am. A tutor. I get to watch the children grow up and then, well, I can move on to something else after a decade or two. I don't know how long I'll be doing this, but it suits me for now. Okay, now we have a choice of two things, and we can do this as just a regular open poll. What awaits you after being a tutor, or hoping to find a romantic partner someday? So there are the choices. What awaits you after being a tutor or hoping to find a romantic partner someday? Tutor is choice 1. Choice 2 is romantic partner. Yeah, you wonder, Infinity, right? That's what I was thinking. I was like, Alright, I got one vote for 1. I think Hilness is intending to vote for 1, but we need that $ vote space for 1. Yeah, exactly. Throw a coin to you. Yeah. Okay. All right. I'm gonna 4 in favor of that. So I'm gonna last call it because I think we're moving in that direction of, it looks like, wanted to ask about that. So going once. Yeah. Especially with that going twice. Tilted's vote. Okay. All right. What awaits you after being a tutor? I'm not certain what I want to do next. See the world? I want to spend a few decades exploring the library in Greyhaven. Who doesn't? She laughs. Someday I hope to see some of the great libraries of Lorimor and Bagavad too, and Ishame and Al-Kalim and the jungles of Sanaga. She shakes her head and sighs. When I put it that way, it seems inevitable I'll be back to adventuring in a century or so. Ah well, there's just so much world to see. So, now we have a chance to ask, what's up, Nonstop, if she hopes to find love someday, or change the subject. So, you could just tell me this quickly, I think, in chat. Actually, you could just do this quickly. Quick 1 or 2 poll. If she hopes to find love someday is number 1. Number 2 is change the subject. So vote 2 if you want to change the subject. Vote 1 if you want to ask about the love question. Mrs. Dunsel has a $ vote 2 in there. $ vote 1 if you want to ask about she hopes to find love. Gonna find some love? Number 2 is just changing the subject to something else, Echo. Okay. once. Let's call it going once. Going twice. All right. Okay. So, do you hope to find love someday? Celeste laughs, music falling around you. Are you still on about that? Love may find me someday, or it may not. I don't see much point in looking for it until my people are ready to accept me as a woman. Oh, I could find a dalliance among the humans, I suppose, but I think it would just be heartbreaking to love another person so completely only to watch them die. She sighs and shakes her head. No, better to wait. I have time. Power of being an elf, right? Let's see. Now we have a choice of either are dragon attacks common in Dragonholt? That's choice 1. Or I have other matters to attend to, in which case time passes and this is complete. So dragon attacks would be vote 1. Or I have other matters to attend to would be choice 2. Those are your 2 options that are left. Really? I haven't dropped a single frame. I've been firing along on all cylinders, I think. That's really weird, Hillness. Twitch being Twitch. E. That's typical. Yeah, it is very strange. Because it's not like I dipped out and came back on. That's really weird. Alright, dragon attack is 1, or leaving is 2. Basically. Yeah, no, not yet. Okay. Going once, going twice. Okay. So, alright, we're going to ask about dragons. Read entry 1087. No, not precisely. They're not common anywhere outside of the Molten Heath, and we're all thankful for that. But there were so many dragon eggs left hidden across the realm after the Dragon Wars that feral dragons are a concern everywhere. Celeste shrugs as if a dragon attack is as inevitable as a summer storm. Dragonholt is unusual, though, in that there have been 3 dragon attacks in the last century. That is considerably more frequent than any other town or village I can think of. It makes me wonder if there's something about the place that draws them, or if perhaps all these dragons are the offspring of Dragon Lord Varanex or Sharana. Okay, 2 choices here, chat. We can follow up on 3 dragon attacks, or we can say Varanex and Sharana. So 3 dragon attacks is basically like, oh, 3 dragon attacks? Or Varanex and Sharana is the other thing we could say. Varanex and Sharana is 2, 3 dragon attacks is 1. Or 3 dragon attacks is 1, Varanex and Sharana is 2. Varanex and Sharana sounds like a pop group. Sha-na-na. And I should say, by the way, chat, that when we're done with this interaction, I will probably be wrapping up. We'll be about halfway through day 6. And that means that our next session of this, which will be... I might be doing a bonus stream at some point over the next month or so, but otherwise it'll definitely be in 2 months. And that will be our final session in all likelihood, because there's one... It only goes up through day 7. So, I mean, at most 2 sessions, possibly 1. But we'll do that after we're done with this interaction. And then we'll just have to make sure when we start the next time that we deal with our stamina problem, since we have 2. So. Last call. Once. Twice. I don't know, which one do you mean, Echo? I don't remember anything specific about library. A thing with a library. Oh, just that the, so the actual distributor, the cartons have arrived, and then the cartons have now been shipped, and they've arrived at the actual distributor that is directly dealing, like, in other words, they all of the stuff is now approved, all the addresses are in, so now they're being sent out. They should have we thought they were already being sent out, but they weren't in the hands of the actual distributor yet. Now they are in the hands of the distributor, so starting early next week, Monday or Tuesday, they are literally being shipped out as we speak to, as of Monday or Tuesday, to backers. So that's the thing. There was a further delay because the distributor didn't have them yet. Now the distributor has them, and now they're finally being sent out Monday or Tuesday. Now, how long it's going to take to get internationally, I don't know. They're coming from the distributor in Tennessee. I don't know, but now they're on the way. So, for what that's worth, and I really appreciate everyone having been so patient about it, because I know it's been a long time. Okay, so all right, we asked about Veranex and Sharana. So the response to that is, I suppose you wouldn't know if you hadn't made a study of Dragonholt's history, says Celeste, nodding. Well, I can't verify any of it, but the legend goes that this very village is the site of one of the first victories in the war against the dragons. In fact, the legend claims that this was the very first time Sharana, the dragon Rex, intervened on behalf of the mortal races and made war against her own kind. Celeste sips her tea, then sets the cup back down, organizing her thoughts. The region was under the thrall of Dragon Lord Veranex, who forced the people to mine silver from the hills to the south and caused great suffering as he made his lair near here. Or her lair. I confess Veranex's sex is unclear to me. Sharana came and struck Veranex down. The twin dragon statues outside the village commemorate that event. The people were understandably very grateful. Refugees from all over gathered here, believing that Sharana protected them and founded the settlement of Dragon's Hold. Celeste shrugs. Who knows? Maybe she did. The settlement survives today, doesn't it? Mark 1 progress in academic study. That's cool. We're almost finished with academic study, too. All right, now we have 2 choices left, which is ask about the 3 dragon attacks she mentioned, or leave. So ask about 3 dragon attacks or depart. Those are the 2 options that are left. Choice 1 is ask about the 3 dragon attacks. Choice 2 is to depart. Three dragon attacks is option 1. And that's actually the last bit of information that we could get from her, so, it might be worth asking her, since we've got every other bit of information, it might be worth asking her about the 3 dragon attacks. You can change vote for that if you want, Blackberry. You just do $ change vote space. There you go. Thank you, Blackberry. I'm going to last call, since it seems like people are interested in getting this last bit of info. And... alright. So, 6483. Oh, perhaps you hadn't heard. Aside from the dragons spotted near Yvesmoor today, there have been 2 other dragons of note in relatively recent history. Countess Regina, of course, vanquished one 25 years ago. Celeste grins like a fox at your expression. Don't underestimate her. Regina is frail now, but in her youth she was a terror. She wouldn't have been made countess over her brother otherwise. Celeste stirs her tea and thinks. And the other one, well, that was almost a century gone, I think. A powerful dragon had already defeated the forces the three counts arrayed against it when a traveling hero named Cartoon came to the rescue. He had some great magical power. I think that's actually Carthoon. Perhaps a potent rune-bound shard that allowed him to defeat the dragon. He was celebrated as a hero and buried somewhere north of here. Celeste frowns and picks up her tea. Now that I think of it, I'm not certain whether he survived killing that dragon. Ah, well. She drinks and sets her tea down. I haven't done any sort of comparative analysis, but there are other stories of dragons threatening the region, going back all the way to the settlement's founding after the Dragon Wars. I think it's likely that this is the most dragon-plagued region in the barony, perhaps in all of Terranoth. Alright, mark story points U3 and Y3, which was already marked. Alright, gather a little more info there. And that leads us to the last thing to do, which is to say, I have other matters to attend to, which means time passes, and the encounter is complete. Alright, chat, so when we do the next time, exactly, hence the name Dragonholt. So when we play this next chat, again, it will be the last session or the next to last session, one of the two. And when we get there, we will be dealing with the following scenario. We have 3 fame, we have 215 gold, we have a lot of story points marked, and we are in the middle of day 6. Our biggest problem is that we are sitting, we've got 12 marked in heroism, we've got 5 in academic study, we have 6 in combat training, 4 in physical training, 6 in social practice, 2 in spiritual meditation, and our biggest issue is, 1, we got to get rid of this stupid lodestone so we can get agility back, and 2, we've got 2 stamina. So, you know, when we start next time, one of the things we might want to do is basically hit up some places that can heal us. The bakery, maybe we go to the apothecary and see if Miriam can get us some healing potions. We do have a dragon claw that it says is quality material for crafters. Maybe she wants a dragon claw, and that means that she can use it for that purpose or something like that, maybe. We'll see, but we've definitely got to attend to our health in that scenario the next time. But we did make, however, good progress. We had a fun time with the wedding. We did all the stuff with the wedding, and then we fought a dragon, and we didn't die. So that's, that's really important. And yeah, so we are closing in on the end of this game. I have really enjoyed this a lot, and I hope you folks have as well. And as always, Effect Life did a great job with this, and I am very grateful to him for having put this together. All right, so we're going to close. Yes. We're going to go up here. It is my pleasure, Blackberry. It was my pleasure to do it as always. Okay. So that, everybody, is going to do it for me for this evening. Yeah, no cake destruction, sadly. So that's going to do it for me and my sticker on my hat, I think. But that is going to do it for me. I'm going to rise up on out of here. I have to do just a little bit of work tonight and so on. And then other than that, just sort of buckle up and batten down the hatches and everything else and hope that we keep our power tomorrow. The hurricane is probably going to be, or tropical storm where we are. What's up? It's Law. Oh, man. Dude, good to see you, man. But yeah, you just showed up right when I was stopping, I'm afraid to say. But it's good to see you. I hope all's well. Yeah, thank you, Tilted Gaming. Yeah, I mean, thank you, Blackberry. We're as sort of set up as we can. The biggest thing that I'm concerned about now is just losing power. And for how long we're going to lose it. If it's out for a day, I mean, we can deal with it. 2 suck, but we can deal with it. It's when it starts getting into 3, 4, 5, 6 days, that's when all the other problems start to accrue. And so hopefully that will not be an issue. We'll see. I'm not worried about the house standing up to it. The house has been here for over 200 years. I think it can manage, knock on wood. And now that I have a basement drying system because of what happened about 6 weeks ago when my basement flooded, or I guess a month ago, no, it was the end of June. So yeah, actually almost 2 months ago when it flooded. Now that we've got that in place, I feel pretty good about that. So I'm not worried about that, but I am concerned about the whole situation with the power. So we'll see how fast it goes through and whether we get lucky or not. But in any case, I was glad I was able to get this done. Schedule wise, thank you, Infinity. I appreciate that. Schedule wise, I don't want anyone to forget that tomorrow, or later today, I guess, if you're on the East Coast, at somewhere around 6 p.m. Eastern, Brandon O'Brien is going to be doing a poetry reading along with his editor at Interstellar Press, Holly Lynn Walrath, Fran Wild, and Valerie Valdez. Of course, Valerie Valdez from Blades in the Dark, Case the Cindered Seal fame, and of course is a science fiction fantasy author just like Fran is. So three of those people are directly known to me. I know Fran and Valerie both very well. Holly, I don't actually know at all. That's Brandon's editor, obviously, as I just said, but all of them are going to be doing a poetry reading, and I am certainly looking forward to it. I'm glad that Brandon's hosting it because I don't know what the scenario is, obviously, with what we're doing. Be water, my friend. Be water is what I'm saying. So I don't know what the deal is with that, but we will. It will be happening tomorrow because Brandon is able to stream on my channel. So one way or the other, it will happen, and I will be around, hopefully, and hanging out with all the rest of you. And then if all goes well and we don't lose power for long, I hope, then we will be back on Tuesday with the Patreon Field Chat Chosen Game of the Month, which this month is going to be Graveyard Keeper. And then I will be over on D&D. I'll be over on GOG for D&D with GOG, Pen and Pixels, and we'll be doing Ghosts of Saltmarsh, one of 2 sessions this month. And then Tuesday evening, we've got the Our Vocalist with Apollo Justice Ace Attorney. So you can see it's a busy Tuesday, and I would rather not miss all of it because of power being out. I might be able to get around some of it by finding a place where I can do some wireless stuff and using ARVBox 2.0. So we'll see. I might be able to manage something, but it's up in the air. I mean, I don't know. So it's going to depend entirely on how things go with power and stuff like that over the next 24 hours. I'll obviously have a much better sense of things by tomorrow evening at this time when the storm is on its way out. But hopefully, again, everyone, is safe. And if you are in New York, as I know Mrs. Dunsel and Commander Dunsel is, or if you were in the New York or Connecticut region or any of that kind of stuff, Reroll Dice was here before, is in Connecticut. I hope you will all stay safe and comfortable, and that you've all got yourself prepared and ready. And don't try to be a hero, please. If the classic, don't, if you're driving through and you come to a flooded area, don't try to drive through it, okay? Turn around, go another way, no matter how frustrating it is. There's nothing you can do about it sometimes. Listen to what the authorities tell you. Listen to the states of emergency. Listen to evacuation routes and all that stuff if you're in the path of this storm. And otherwise, just, hang in there. And, this too, it's a fast-moving storm. It is not an enormous storm the way that Sandy is. So, we'll get through it. But just make sure that you get through as quickly, that you do so as safely as you possibly can. If you enjoyed what you saw and heard tonight, please make sure to follow the channel. Please check out our YouTube with !ArvTube, our Discord with !ArvCord, Twitter with !ArvTweets. Exactly, echo, turn around. Website for all of this, and our Twitter, our tweets, and then our website for all of this is arvanelleron.com. Financially, !Arv Shop is the merchandise area for Infinity and Beyond, Adventures of Middle-earth, and soon-to-be Esper Genesis stuff. !Arv Treon is right there. That's the Patreon. With 22 patrons, $197 per month, really does make a difference to the channel. So please consider jumping on board and supporting us there. And of course, Arv Treon for that, and then the subsystem that allow you to sub to the channel and get those custom sub badges and emotes and all that kind of good stuff. That would be lovely as well. And then, of course, publishing, Icarus for my Icarus graphic novel from Athos Arts, Library, Tales and Tomes, The Forbidden Library, my 5e adventure and source book from Alligator Alley Entertainment. As I say, early next week is being shipped out, finally, at last. And then, of course, Gray Shade KS for more details about my Gray Shade Kickstarter coming soon. Last but not least, as always, BLM, Black Lives Matter. Very important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. And Help Now, which is the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Very important to reach out to others when they need help and to reach out to others when you need help as well. that is going to do it for today. I don't think we're going to do a raid today because we had a pretty good turnout actually for part of this, but I know people are heading to sleep and stuff like that. So no raid today. We'll do a raid again either Sunday or definitely Tuesday when we get back here. But that's going to be it for me. I'll try to stay in touch with people if I can on Discord and or Twitter and let people know how I'm doing in case people are curious. But otherwise, more of this game, Legacy of Dragonholt with D&D with viewers, if not before, and that'll be close to the end of what we're doing with this. And otherwise, I will see you folks back here. Hopefully, I'll see you all in chat for the poetry reading tomorrow, Sunday, somewhere around 6 p.m. Eastern. And otherwise, I'll see you back here right around noon Eastern, I hope, for the Patreon Field Chat Chosen Game of the Month and Graveyard Keeper. That's going to do it for me. Much love to everybody. Thanks, everyone. Thank you to everyone who made this an awesome stream as well. Always got to read these out. Thank you to Dragonspear, Hillness, Rock God, Triffity Mats, best mods in the business. Thank you to my subscribers, Dragonspear, Hillness, Rock God, Triffity Mats, Echo Alpha, Nonstop, Tilted Gaming, Blackberry Bear, Crit Twitch, and Mrs. Dunsel. Thank you all the Patreon supporters there as well. Thank you to Free Weed. Thank you to Gigafrost, Golden Drake. Thank you to Hot Girl from Cali. All right. Thank you to Infinity Simplex. Thank you to Light and Passion. To Stan Kubrick, to Stewie. Thank you to Strike Ninja. Thank you to you, Christensen, and Kokoto. Thank you, everybody, for all of the being awesome, and I will see all of you lovely people soon. Until then, everyone be good to each other. Stay safe. Bye for now.